Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Good morning, Victoria. We are working through some scoreboard issues, but the last time I see on the scoreboard says 5 minutes, so I'm going to start talking to you now. My name is Gretel, and I'm joined on the announcer dais today by your announcers, Fanny and Goose. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lekwungen-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and ComChem, Coastal Connections, Indigenous Harm Reduction, and Health Services. I'm going to turn it over to my fellow announcers here to read you some rosters.
Good morning.
Good morning. We will introduce to you for the second time this weekend from Hollister, California, Fault Line Derby Dolls. Skating as 110, Let's Be Honest. 1313, Naughty Havoc. 141, Goldie Knox. 143, Pinball. Your captain, 15, Ice Rocker. 18, Shabam. 21, Ninja. 214, Cool Whip. 317, Lucky Harms. 36, Slamala Anderson. 4140, Sasha Degrader. 505, Coroner. I should have asked how to pronounce that one. 666, Piercer. Number 8, Hydra. 81, Maddie Massacre.
I just wasn't sure if you remember.
916, Slick Mick.
Little nuance.
And your bench staff for Fault Line, Tarek Cole and Brass Schnuckles.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And for high altitude roller derby, we have 0, the knockout. 1 destruction. 1414, Kid Radical. 142, Meals on Wheels. 24, Glitter Bomb. 314, Pyre Scare. 32, Mini Fridge. 4, Papa Wheelie. 420, Novocaine. 45, Katie Smudge. 47, Crawdaddy. 666, Dolly Don't Paradon. 750, Gin and Tonic. 76, Little Evil. 802, Mow You Down. And for bench staff, we have Glamazon Pain Forest, Sparkles, and Hooligan. Are you guys ready to play some roller derby?
What? Are you ready to play some roller derby? Yeah! And to help us keep this game rolling smoothly, we've got officials from all over Canada and the United States. As skating officials for this game, your head ref is No. IPR, Otter Mayhem. 2 jam refs, Bobby Flair and PH Demon. Your OPRs are Rolando Furioso, Carmen Dragon, and Ruby Refhauser, which I love. And alternate today is Mass.
And for our NSOs this morning, we have Pushy Gloria, Bazooka Langley, Left on Red, V-Rex, Babe, Kelowna Mella, Grim Steeper, Skatebush, and Crew Lucy. Thank you so much for being so wonderful.
Our wonderful non-skating officials are working on some scoreboard issues, so while they do that, I'm going to give you some music, and skaters can feel free to use the track to keep warm.
Good morning. Looks like we're ready to rumble. On the line, we have Sasha DeGrader for Fault Line Roller Derby and Pie Are Scared for high altitude. Looks like high altitude has the lead and 4 points on the board. High altitude pushing their way through the pack, making their way through with another 4 points. Sasha DeGrader is still in the pack with the hat off. And that's 8 points for high altitude. Oh, I'm so sorry. 12 points.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today, consider if you too would like to help us keep rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com. Back on the track now, we have Slick Mick for Fault Line Derby Devils, Glitter Bomb for Dark Sky Starlets. I'm familiar with both these jammers, agile, fast, difficult to stop, but it is Glitter Bomb out front of the pack with lead jammer to start us off on a scoring pass. Slick Mick is out as well, passing that final blocker as Glitter Bomb is in scoring position fighting against Pivot from Fault Line. Slick Mick sneaks in to steal some points. We'll see how that washes out.
Got a lot of quick jams happening here.
Turns out to be a 3-2 jam in favor of Fault Line. Dark Sky Starlets at 14. Fault Line now on the board with 3 points.
If you have the chance today, all skaters, you should check out Parkway Physio. Help reduce pain and improve mobility. Get back to what you love. On the line, we have Maddie Masker for Fault Line and Crew Daddy for high altitude. We got Crew Daddy coming out right behind Maddie Massacre. Maddie Massacre coming on the outside, calling it off. Keeping it cool.
Fault Line is your higher seeded team entering this game, and they are coming into today with a win from yesterday. This is Hard's first game of the event, and this is the first ever matchup between these two teams. 5 seconds is called. Sasha DeGrader back on the line for Fault Line and Kid Radical for the Dark Sky Starlets.
Sasha DeGrader out with lead.
Sasha DeGrader fighting against a really tight wall of black skaters as Kid Radical is, I've got this backwards. Sasha DeGrader is now out and scoring, fighting against Hard's difficult line, but through with 4 points. Helmet cover off, but out of the pack is Kid Radical, putting that back on the head in case they can come around and pick up some points before Sasha calls it off. Sasha with a little apex hop is knocked to the inside bound, taps the hips, makes the call off, and collects 2 points before the end of the jam.
Check out The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsor of the Eves. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria. I love the radio. And on the line, we have Slick Mick and Pie Are Squared. We got Pie Are Scared out with lead. Slick Mick coming out with a penalty, a forearm penalty. This is a power jam for Hard. Coming out with 4 points on the board. Looking for some offense on the out. Getting hit out on the outside line. Jammer getting through.
If it was still 2014, I think Pyar Scared would have that dot in the middle to make that 3.14 on their jersey.
Yeah. Pyar Scared getting another 4 points. Other jammer is, Slick Mick is working their way through the pack. Getting their initial pass. Pyar Scared calling it off promptly. That brings us to 10 to 26. Oh, 10 to 29. The 15-point jam.
Get amongst the games this Saturday. That's today at 2 p.m. at the Roll a Skater Bocce game. Grab your ticket to partake at the Hardcore's craft table or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Roll a Skater Bocce game. What the heck? Can't wait to see it.
If it's anything like Derby, I'm in. The whistle is blown. Glitter Bomb is skating for Dark Sky at this time. Maddie Massacre on the line. Lots of action in the pack. Both jammers' feet are moving rapidly, but they're both caught up at the back of the pack. Glitter Bomb is skating the outside line, meets up with some defense, but does find space. And earns lead jammer status. 1-1-0 from fault line in the penalty box as Hart is approaching on a scoring pass. Glitter Bomb with some pretty simple moves to get through, picking up a couple of points on the track as well as those remaining in the box. Finishing the jam 4-0 for Dark Sky Starlets.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit the bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight. Grab a beer with me. Buy me a beer. Do whatever you want, but maybe buy me a beer. Ha, ha.
This official review called by Dark Sky Starlets. There is a mic in the center, so we may hear from the referees as to what is being requested, as well as the results. We will find out shortly. Each team is allowed one official review per half. That is if their official review is refused. But if they win their official review, they will maintain or retain that official review for the half and have an opportunity to come back in and chat with the refs. If they lose it, they lose it. It's gone, and they don't get another one until the next half. So we'll see what comes of this for Dark Sky. Just have a correction from an earlier announcement. That's a contact correction, so I'll give that now. So if you wish to become an Eves of Destruction sponsor, our new email address is sponsorship@evesofdestruction.com. Sponsorship@evesofdestruction.com. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. Looks like we've got a result from our official review being communicated now.
Fault Line was looking for a back block in the previous jam, jammer on jammer contact. There's not enough information to issue that call, so the no call stands, and they do not retain their official review.
Thank you, officials. Looks like we are now ready to get back on track and play some roller derby. On the line for Fault Line, we have Sasha DeGrader, and for hard, we have Crawdaddy. Got Crawdaddy coming out, getting lead. Sasha DeGrader not far behind. Calling it off.
Salt Chuck Pie Company is a small, locally owned business that values community and customer relationships. Visit them just across the Bay Street Bridge.
I love a Salt Chuck pie. Nothing feeds my soul like watching roller derby and a little pie in my hand.
Slick Mick on the line for Fault Line. Little Evil for Dark Sky Starlets. Slick Mick throwing shoulders to try to get past the defense. Little Evil also at the front of the pack working that defense, but there's a lot of recycling. It is Little Evil out with lead jammer for the Dark Sky Starlets. Penalty being whistled in the pack as Slick Mick falls to the outside line and Hard's defense sets up around them again, but that's a couple of spins to get Slick Mick out of the pack on their initial. Little Evil now on a scoring pass, looking for offense from their team. Slick Mick back in the pack, quickly through for 4 points. Little Evil with lead jammer status is now out with the first 4 points of that jammer turn. On hold to call up the jam, watching the bench for some instructions as Slick Mick has entered the pack to attempt more points. Little Evil also in scoring position is chucked to the outside by number 2-1 in black. That's Ninja. Ninja a little bit out of play, or so Little Evil thought, but that was considered a track cut, and Little Evil is now heading for our first power jam of the game to the penalty box. So that's Slick Mick taking advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean game in regards to penalties.
Huge offense from number 3-6, the pivot from Fault Line. Slick Mick is out of the pack on a third scoring pass with 12 total points for Fault Line this jam. So the power jam scenario is really working out in favor of Fault Line at this time. Pivot for Dark Sky, trying to help out the defense and recycling up to the pack. Slick Mick is just really quick, has a lot of fancy footwork that helps every pass. Little Evil did exit the box right at the end of the jam, so we will start with 2 jammers on the track. A couple of blockers for Fault Line in the box, though, so Dark Sky with a bit of an advantage going into jam 9.
Looks like we have Pie Are Scared on the line, much like Salt Chuck Pies. They should check it out.
I think I could go for about 3.14 pies right now.
Hey! Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skating officials, they make it possible for all of us to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any of our official EOD members to find out how you too could be a part of this awesome crew. Thank you so much, officials. We love you.
In case you missed the memo, today is Twinning Day. So if you have a friend and a suitcase full of fun things to wear, go and get as matchy-matchy as you possibly can for the rest of this day, and we will take your photo and take some video, and you will see yourself featured on the Eves of Destruction Instagram account. There is a second flamingo outfit out there, but I did notice Lizard Beth too has a nice flamingo shirt on. So Trish Trash and I are going to have to get photos with Lizard Beth later in the day because we are on theme.
I just wore my Eve shirt because I figured there'd be another Eve also wearing an Eve shirt.
It's like the most ultimate multiples. It's like you're not twins, you're not triplets. What do you even get? Like there's like septuplets, octuplets.
Yeah, I guess like how many is 19?
19 uplets.
Yeah, 19 uplets.
Eve's uplets.
Yeah. We got Slick Mick on the line for Fault Line and Pie Are Scared for Hard. We got Pie Are Scared coming through with the lead.
Definitely missed that jammer penalty at the end of that last jam. So definite power jam in favor of Dark Sky Starlets at the moment, but recycled to the back.
Little bean dip on the outside line there, coming out with 4 points. There's shout out to St. John Ambulance for being so wonderful and always being there for our games.
As we get set for our next jam, Glitter Bomb is on the line for Hard and Sasha Degrader for Fault Line. Score standing at 26 Fault Line and 45 for the Dark Sky Starlets. This is a reversal of our expected score at this point, but as we know in Derby, scores can change really quickly. We have a lead jammer, 4140, Sasha Degrader with Glitter Bomb hot on their tail. This may or may not end as a 0-0 jam. Sasha takes a hit on the inside line as Glitter Bomb enters to score. Calls the jam off with 1 point from the jam and 1 point for the opposing jammer as well. So 1-1 overall.
I heard that it's a winter wonderland right now in Flagstaff. So it must be real nice to come here to this beautiful warm weather of Victoria.
I did hear that Hard spent some time touristing yesterday, as this is their first game of the event.
Yeah, I hope they had the opportunity to check out some amazing sights in Victoria. Looks like we have Crawdaddy out with lead against Maddie Massacre for Fault Line. Maddie Massacre hot on their tail. Crawdaddy coming in hot and calling it off. I wonder if any of our skaters are currently staying at Hotel Z. Check out Hotel Z against The Ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z is an antidote for a antidote to boring travel.
And Goose is the antidote to boring announcing.
Yeah.
This whistle starts Jam 12, Kid Radical on the line, and Slick Mick out for lead jammer very quickly for Fault Line. Kid Radical has an opportunity, takes it, and finishes that initial pass. Slick Mick is scoring and really confident on the inside line, holds that line clean, calls the jam off, and does put all 4 points up. So Fault Line raises their score to 32 points, and Dark Sky Starlets are held to 48.
Yeah, that was some sweet line work on the inside line there from Slick Mick.
I wonder if Slick Mick picked their name before they found out they were really slick, or if that was because they knew they were such a great skater.
On the line, we have Sasha DeGrader and Pie Are Scared. Looks like we have Sasha DeGrader coming out with the lead. Pie Are Scared pushing through the pack. Penalty for 1-8. Sasha DeGrader calling it off. Closing the gap of this score right now with 36 to 48.
Can we use the few voices that we have in the crowd right now to give another big shout out to our officials who volunteer so much of their time and energy to make this sport happen? Let's raise it up. Let's put our hands up. Let's put a big loud cheer. Let's drop our arm just like Zooks is about to do for 5 seconds. Woo!
On the line, we got Maddie Massacre and Glitter Bomb. Glitter Bomb shooting out there with the lead. Maddie Massacre pushing through the pack. And Maddie Massacre coming out. Call off by Glitter Bomb.
And here's a big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers. We have Green Bean and Paige DeWolf of Creative Miscellany. We all look forward to revisiting all of these big hits through your work, so thank you so much.
And also a huge shout out to Bugsy for being so good at all of the social media stuff. Like, it's been great seeing it out there.
Crawdaddy lead jammer for Hard. Half a lap around the track already as Slick Mick heads to the penalty box. Crawdaddy communicating with their blockers whether or not to throw some offense as she approaches. A little bit of spin and a check-in with the referees, and Crawdaddy is out of the pack with 4 points. Another opportunity on the power jam as Slick Mick seated in the box. Crawdaddy is back in the pack fighting for points. Gets some offensive help from one of their blockers, number 0. That's the knockout.
I love it when I'm watching roller derby and I can feel myself, my body retort in the hits and stuff like that. It feels like when you're watching it and you can feel it, you know?
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. I don't understand Slick Mick. I cannot skate like that, but that is amazing.
Initial pass, not lead jammer, but in scoring position. Crawdaddy still fighting for points at the pack. Got some penalties being whistled as the jam comes to an end. 4 points more on the board for white, totaling 12 for that jam, and giving us a beautiful little palindrome score on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I love watching roller derby and then feeling inspired by the roller derby that I'm watching. And I feel that right now.
Got a pretty small pack out there, a couple in the box for black and one for white.
Out of the pack, we have Sasha the Greater with lead and Little Evil going to the box. Back block, that's what it was. And Sasha calling it off, starting off with a power jam for fault line.
.23 difference between the two teams. 11 minutes remaining in the first half. This is, again, a reverse of what we might anticipate based on the stats predictor on WFTDA's website, which did indicate Fault Line as the favorite for this game. But that is Maddie Massacre for Fault Line out of the pack with lead jammer status, taking advantage of the power jam opportunity. Little Evil remaining in the box. And on a scoring pass, Maddie Massacre is working hard against a difficult tripod, plus a pivot. We're really working hard to kill the power jam. Looks like a fantastic outside line by Maddie Massacre, and I am corrected. Maddie Massacre did get a penalty and is headed to the box. We are flipping the power jam opportunity. Little Evil now in position to put some points on the board for their team after the initial pass is completed. And that job is done. Little Evil now on their first scoring trip. Not lead jammer, so the jam will go for the rest of the 2 minutes. About halfway through as Little Evil hits the pack, but is sent out to the outside by Ice, number 1-5, the captain for Fault Line. Little Evil is back in the pack, holding on to the helmet cover, so possibly looking for an opportunity to change out jammers.
I don't think they made their initial. I think they saw she was in the lead and had a power jam. In the previous. No, they got it. She's got to finish. She's going to finish this pass collection. No, she already completed a pass. The initials. Yeah. I think she picked up some points. She just has to complete this again.
Oh, there she goes, has it.
Little Evil finishing that pass that was started before the power jam began. So a couple of points posted, looks like all four. And another opportunity with just a tiny bit of time left in the jam. Jam is called up. But Little Evil did grab 2 more points at the end of that jam, totaling. We're having a scoreboard adjustment, but I do think that was 6 points total for Little Evil. Fault Line awarded 4 points at the end of the jam. Not too sure on the score, but we'll see what it
I don't know about the score, but I do know about Empire Donuts.
Tell me about Empire Donuts, please.
Let me tell you, they're made with a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, with quality ingredients.
I need to go now. I think I need a donut.
Yeah.
So have fun announcing this game.
Why have breakfast when you can have a donut?
I won't leave you hanging. I love donuts almost as much as I love a good roller derby crowd.
Yeah, I really like the Earl Grey donut that they have. Oh, it's so good. It's like, and I also love it's like a purple gray color. So tasty, so sweet.
Actually, I think Goose chatted and probably talked at least one of you into buying them a beer later, so.
A beer and a donut?
I don't drink a lot, but I'll take a donut. All right, we have Slick Mick on the jam line and pi r squared. Scared, sorry.
I know, I always say that, pi r squared. And we got Slick Mick out with the lead. Pi r squared not far behind. Looks like it might be a quick jam. Slick Mick
Pi
coming
R being
through.
whistled off the track, 3-1
Fire
score
scared.
to the box.
Ooh.
It's pretty difficult to hear sometimes, so I think Pi R wasn't aware of that penalty until almost a full lap was completed. Got to get to that box as quickly as you can, so the penalty is over, and you can get back into gameplay.
Looks like Fault Line has a go. Making it real easy for Slick Mick to slip through that pack. Fault Line with 12 points on the board and counting. Really taking advantage of having people in the box. Really closing the gap on this score differential. With a fast pack happening right now, I'm calling it off. That was an 18-point jam.
Closing that gap and score nicely. Fault Line looking to creep closer and possibly establish a score lead before the end of the half. I do want to get back to that conversation about delicious snacks, though. Donuts, etc. Hazel's Ice Cream is also a sponsor of the Eves of Destruction. I have enjoyed a Hazel's Ice Cream bar or two. A family dream of ice cream. You can visit their bike cart here at our venue for local handmade ice cream bars.
Okay.
Yum-y.
But imagine this. What if
Uh-oh.
Hazel's and Empire were to combine and make an ice cream donut sandwich?
I
would die.
I have nothing to say to that.
I would die.
Goose is a genius.
Yeah, and then they could call it the Eve's sandwich.
The goose sandwich?
Oh, the goose sandwich?
The goose sandwich. The goose.
I don't think we want to put
the goose.
goose in ice cream. Wow, they really closed the gap on that one. Their endurance is insane.
So that was hard taking a team time out. Probably just having a chat about what they can do to maintain this lead before the half. 3 team timeouts per team, per game. Use them up and they're gone. So you usually see one of those used up in the first half and the other saved for the second. But they are available if the team needs some rest, needs some chat, or wants to use it for other strategic purposes. Glitter Bomb and Sasha Degrader have been jammers, co-jammers in the same jam multiple times this game. Probably for good reason. They're a great matchup. As you can see, they're both out of the pack nearly at the same time. Glitter Bomb does have lead. Sasha takes a bit of a step to the outside on that pass, giving Glitter Bomb the opportunity to hit the pack first, picking up 3 full points before calling it off. So that is hard with an additional 3 points and opening that score back up to a 10-point lead.
I love a game like this where it's just that push and pull of, like, you know, the score gap just keeps closing, and it makes for a really entertaining game.
Yeah, it also means that all of the learning and all of the growth is happening on the track. You play up against a team that's basically your equal, and you're gonna get something amazing out of it for next time.
Yeah, and we have Maddie Masker out with the lead, and Crawdaddy not far behind. Maddie Masker jumping the apex, not quite, and calling it off.
But as they step out of bounds, Slick Mick can enter in front of them to continue on their way.
On the line, we have Kid Radical and Sasha DeGrader. Sasha pushing hard at the front against a difficult tripod there. Kid Radical at the back, still no lead.
Jam ref Bobby Flair indicating that no lead established by Sasha. So lead is open and given to Kid Radical as Sasha is in scoring position and starts to pass skaters. Sasha says, I've got 2 points. Flair disagrees and says, no, you got 1 point, so we'll add that to the score. Fault line with 63 now and Hard at 82. Again, that gap is opened back up a little bit. We've got a range of we've got 19 points between the two teams. 2.5 minutes left in the period.
On the line, we have Glitter Bomb and my eyes aren't that great. I cannot see. Maddie Massacre. Yes. Glitter Bomb out. I can always identify Glitter Bomb because of their pink hair. And Maddie Massacre out, not far behind.
Am I the only one who has noticed that the shirt whip seems to be coming back to roller derby? Like I'm seeing a lot of grabbing shirts and jammers pulling themselves through the pack off their teammates. There was a waitress whip that was executed beautifully in a game yesterday.
Yeah, I love it when players use other players to get through the pack. I think it's a great representation of teamwork and trust.
Absolutely.
It's
like the derby version of a trust fall.
Yeah, legit. And it can be also so sneaky, you know?
If you have a really little jammer, it's fun to just chuck them up the inside line. Just pick them up pretty much.
Maddie Massacre taking this power jam. Glitter Bomb sneaking in. It's funny because like when I'm on the track, I can't hear the announcers. Like it's almost like the announcers don't exist, but it's like if I were to listen to the announcers, I might get some intel, like some extra little tidbits of information that could help me, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting calling a game. There's differences between doing it from home, like for spectators at home versus when you're live, because you don't want to give too much away to the players, but you got to be pretty aware to be listening to the announcers calling what the other team is doing as you're trying to get through the pack. We got 8-8 on the scoreboard for this jam so far for both teams. It's going to run the full 2 minutes because there's no lead jammer on the track right now. Maddie is facing off against a force of white blockers at the back of the pack. Does find a little space on the inside line, but is caught up on the outside line and seated on the floor at the end of that jam. And it does look like that jam came out as a wash of 12 points each. A lot of hard work for 12 points and no actual material gain in score.
And that's halftime.
Another score check-in at the halftime. Fault line trailing just by a bit, 75 to Dark Sky Starlets, 94 points. We'll see what the second period will do for each of these teams. Fault line is currently ranked 47 entering the tournament, and Hard is ranked 43. So Hard, the Dark Sky Starlets, with the lower rank, is the team in the lead right now. Little different than what's predicted, but anything can happen in Derby. Roster changes happen often, and teams just change and grow. But yeah, this is a really close, beautiful game of roller derby, and we're really excited to chat with you about the next half soon.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Line at 75 points and hard HARD Dark Sky Starlets at 94 points as we resume the game.
We're going into this second half with some pretty clear indicators here. In the first half, Fault Line had lead 8 times and Hard had lead 15 times. We see that reflected in this score.
Starting off the second half, jammers for teams are Slick Mick and Pi are Scared. Both of these jammers have been showing off some really amazing skills in terms of footwork, edge work, and so forth. It is Slick Mick out of the pack with lead jammer status. Slick Mick with a couple of penalties earlier in the game, keeping them from being super effective, but now that they're back on the track in this second half and refreshed, they are working their magic on the lines. Definitely picking up some points on the outside before hitting the floor and calling it off. It is a full 4-point scoring pass. So after that first jam, Fault Line is already on the board with 4 points and at 79.
Wow.
Welcome back, Goose.
Thanks.
You can drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. Thank you, Influence, for your sponsorship. Give us a wave if you want to let us know where you are today. Thank you.
And Influence has an incredible indoor ramp. They just updated their whole setup in there, and it is so much fun. So if you like park skating, check out their indoor area.
Glitterbomb has lead jammer status for Dark Sky Starlets and is picking away at points in the pack now. Ninja on the outside line trying to hold off Glitterbomb, but Glitterbomb is working their way around each skater with ease, putting up 4 points on the board with no initial pass so far for Sasha DeGrader. No initial pass means lots of scoring opportunity, but Sasha is almost free, probably going to get an out of play call at the front, and Sasha is now eligible to score on the next pass. Glitterbomb is not having that though, calls off the jam and adds a few more points to the score. 8 at the end of that jam for Dark Sky Starlets.
That brings us into our century, into our 100s, into
somebody's in the hundies now.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Glitterbomb.
Yeah, oh, that's nice.
Good for you, Glitterbomb. That's Bazooka Langley calling that jam to a start. Maddie Massacre on the line and Crawdaddy for the Starlets.
Maddie Masker not getting lead because they didn't pass all the players when coming out of the pack. And so lead is going to Crawdaddy. Crawdaddy promptly calling it off.
Anderson, and I think that they found that trivia to be quite amusing. Lead jammer is Maddie Massacre, attempting to score, but is knocked to the outside line and trying to call the jam off, being whistled a penalty and sent to the penalty box for a back block, I believe. So it is now Glitterbomb alone on the track to score, signaling some information to her blockers as to what sort of offense might be coming up. A little surprise stop before running into the pack, and then feet start moving, and Glitter Bomb pushes the tripod off the inside line, picks up 4 points. 8 total for this jam so far, as Pivot from Fault Line returns to the track in the box. And heads right back because they cut on their re-entry. No pack is called. And blockers do have to release contact until pack is reestablished, which does allow Glitter Bomb to move forward in the pack, completing yet another pass with a total of 12 points on the board.
Maddie back out on the track now, fighting hard against some incredible backwards facing blocking by Hard's Pivot and a blocking partner. It's been a lot of really great two-wall play in this tournament. I think roller derby's really taking a bit of a move away from tripod. It's not completely gone, but there's a lot of 2-and-2 work on the track, a lot more skill in blocking out there as the sport evolves, and 2-and-2s is definitely a theme that we're seeing. So you might see 2 offensive blockers or a split defense, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. That makes the sport a little bit more interesting to watch.
I'd just like to acknowledge that sneaky little panty pass that happened over there. That was really nice. Good job, guys. Oh, helmet cover. Sorry. We don't talk about panties on the track.
We have a team timeout for the Dark Sky Starlets. Their first, pardon me, this is Fault Line's timeout, so it's their second of the game, so they'll have 1 remaining to use in the half. Hard is also taking advantage of the break, but their blockers are pretty ready on the track. Had a little chat with the jammer. Looks like Crawdaddy will be taking the jam line next for the Dark Sky Starlets. Basically a 31-point lead now. So with 17 points left, definitely something that can be closed up with some hard offense and lots of lead jammers, but Fault Line has some work to do ahead of them to close this up and manage the win that was predicted.
Greater Victoria Sports Tourism Commission is fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting events landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism making, drawing major sports events into the Greater Victoria area. That benefits the entire community. And on the track, we have Slick Mick and Crawdaddy. Slick Mick sneaking by on that outside line, getting lead, and Crawdaddy working their way up, getting hit out on the outside line on that pack. Still working on their initial.
And that's Captain Ice Rocker heading to the penalty box. A little tip about Ice Rocker, watch out for that skater because she was the game MVP in Fault Line's first game of the tournament, but she's gonna hang out in the penalty box for 30 seconds.
Looks like Crawdaddy sneaking out on that outside line. And Slick Mick calling it off promptly, collecting all 4 points. Are you gonna go to the after party on Sunday?
I have an appointment on Sunday. However, the after party is at Heckler's Bar and Grill. Lap it up at Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the game ends on Sunday. I would be there, but I will be freshly tattooed and protecting that from all you rowdy party people.
Well, I'll have a beer for you. On the line, we have Little Evil and Sasha DeGrader. Sasha DeGrader sneaking through on that outside line, making lead, and Little Evil getting sucked back by Ice.
One of the blockers from Fault Line doing a fantastic job preventing a big run back. So recognizing the blocker that hit Little Evil out of bounds was trying to do a run back
with 3-6, Slamela Anderson getting that blocker's way to prevent the run back.
Sasha going to the box with a forearm penalty. Little Evil trying to get through on the inside line.
Helmet cover in hand. Will they, won't they situation regarding a helmet cover pass. Excellent defensive recycling by Black to keep Little Evil in the pack during this power jam.
I think that was a really wonderful thing to see there, how they took a moment to take a pause as they came back into the pack to give their team the opportunity to set up for some offense.
Yeah, sometimes there's just smart
Looks
jammer
like-
play instead of incredible athleticism, and then there's a combination of both. And yeah, you can really use like slow, thinky derby to take advantage of your blockers who are there to help you.
Yeah, and I think that that's a learned skill to have, I think, in this high stress sport where it's like a lot of takes a lot of like physical hits and stuff like that. So it's like, it changes the way that your brain works in high stress environments, I believe.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure I would say like work smart, not hard at roller derby, but if you work smart and hard, then there's not a lot stopping you on the track. Sasha is working hard on the track with no lead jammer. This will go the full 2 minutes. But it doesn't look like our jammers are caring too much about those last couple seconds of the jam. It might be time to rest.
Yeah, sometimes when it's hard, it's hard. Like the name of this team.
Right? I've been trying to work that in here somewhere, and it's just like, I don't know. What can I say about fault line? Like if I use hard too much in the chatter. No fault in fault line.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
We are looking at 105 to 124.
It's a very close game, 19-point difference, and plenty of time for either team to take the win. Pyar Scared is out in front of the pack as lead jammer. The pack is tight in turn 1 as Massacre working hard to get that initial pass. Ref Rolando Furioso whistling a high block to White pivot. So White will proceed down 1 blocker for 30 seconds of this jam.
Ref and coach for the Eves. Amazing. Does it all.
Pyar Scared is so aggressive in their approach to jamming. They just keep their feet moving. She's working hard. Hips are constantly passing skaters. There's no way those 4 points aren't going up on the board if you are Pyar Scared. Parkway Physio.
Parkway Physio.
It reminds me of pop-up video, so I always want to say Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. Parkway Physio is a huge supporter of the Eves of Destruction, keeping our bodies all in working order for all of the contact that this game involves. Slick Mick is lead jammer for Jam 14. Glitter Bomb on the track too, so you know it won't be long before we've got 2 jammers in scoring position. Pack is being stretched out with a bridge, holding things together. Pivot makes a serious attempt at stopping Slick Mick, but tumbles to the outside line.
That was some serious fancy feet on the inside line there for Slick Mick. It's such a shame that it was a cut. Oh,
Slick Mick
but it
in
was
the
beautiful.
penalty box now, and Glitter Bomb has the opportunity to score for the Starlets. We've really come down to the grind here. It looks like the blockers and the jammers are really just using what energy is left in the tank, and it's a lot of mental game at this point with 11 minutes left.
And you know what? I bet you after a game like this, all of these players will want to go check out our Parkway Physio people for some getting things recalibrated, you know?
Absolutely. I'm sitting in a chair, and that's all I want.
Nothing like a hard game that says, hey, can you adjust my spine?
Have you ever had your spine adjusted on the track mid-jam? Because I absolutely have.
Who needs a chiropractor when you got teammates? I mean, not teammates.
Opponents.
Opposite teams.
Opposite teammates.
Opposite teammates.
Slick Mick is out of the box and already working hard, putting more points up on the board. Both jammers are actively scoring. as the clock ticks down. 20 seconds or so remaining in the jam. Slick Mick pushed to the outside line, but a quick re-entry, so no drawback opportunity for hard. Slick Mick is watching the clock, trying to decide what the best move is here. Sometimes jumping back in when there's only a few seconds remaining is not the best opportunity. Could land in the penalty box with a power jam against you on the next jam. And if you know you've got 4 points in your pocket, why go out there and risk it?
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta conserve your energy.
So that was a close jam. Washing out was 7, no, not quite a washout. We got 7 points for fault line at the end of that jam, bringing their total score at the 10 minutes remaining mark to 112 points. Dark Sky Starlets, 140 points. 28-point difference at this point in the game is still nothing that can't be overcome by fault line Derby Devils. And it's Hard's team timeout now.
No questions? More complications, everything's fine.
Getting some offense there from, wow, okay. Maddie Masker out with lead. With some great offense from somebody on their team. And looks like 47 now has, oh, and Crawdaddy still has the hat. They did not pass it. And they're coming out closely behind.
I just want to say hats off to the blockers on the track right now. I don't think there's anybody in this game who's not giving their absolute all for this win. That was just, everybody was in contact all the time. There was no space in the pack. It was just a tight pack with everybody throwing each other to the ground. I'm going to give offense. I'm going to do defense. Just every moment and every hit matters right now.
And looks like we have Let's Be Honest for Fault Line and Kid Radical for Hard. Kid Radical coming out of the pack and then getting a forearm penalty. Kid Radical with a power jam, coming in on that inside line, sneaking through. Looking for some offense here. Hitting, and then the offense is coming in, sneaking in. Oh, getting hit down.
Let's Be Honest was a key jammer in Fault Line's game yesterday and did take the MVP jammer nod at the end of the game. However, this is her first jam of this game, I believe. Now back in the pack, forceful contact to the white tripod and getting that initial pass immediately in scoring position. In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
They have a beautiful seating area, and this is a beautiful day to go sit out on their balcony, have a little beer, enjoy some chicken wings, and chat with friends. Or you could just have a beer in here and watch some roller derby. Got Slick Mick for lead.
Best of both worlds, beer and Slick Mick with some incredible moves. On the inside line with some fantastic footwork and then quickly hopping to the outside line to pass the remaining two blockers. very agile. Even late in the game, Slick Mick is really bringing a lot to Fault Line's gameplay this afternoon. Morning. Afternoon.
On the line here, we have Let's Be Honest and Glitter Bomb. Glitter Bomb getting hit out on the outside line there.
Direction of gameplay called on.
Let's Be Honest in the box. Looks like they're going for a power jam. Not, Glitter Bomb doesn't have lead right now.
Fault Line's pivot seated next to Let's Be Honest in the penalty box. So lots of opportunity for Dark Sky to take advantage.
Yeah, it looks like this is gonna be a full 2-minute jam.
No lead jammer late in the game. 2-minute jam is going to be a lot of hard work for both jammers. Even the blockers at this point are really going to feel 2 minutes on the track.
Yeah, I feel like in the second half, that is when I appreciate offense the most.
Let's Be Honest, unfortunately, bringing fresh legs for jamming to this game, but is in the penalty box again for a high block this time, leaving Glitter Bomb free to score on the track. We've got Pivot in black working hard to prevent that pass at the edge of gameplay. The Glitter Bomb is out for another 4 points.
And you know what? I think actually I enjoy offense all the time. Like offense right now in a power jam. Look at that.
I like giving offense to you.
I love the offense you give me. A match made in heaven, Fanny.
Oh, we're announcer buddies and blocking jammer buddies. Oh my gosh. It's getting intimate up here.
Maybe we should have been twins.
You could steal Trash's outfit. I think she would like it. Glitter Bomb knocked to the inside line, still picking away at points on this final pass. The jam whistled dead. Did Glitter Bomb get the remaining 4 points? Yes, she did. That is a solid 12-point jam for the Dark Sky Starlets late in this game. Dark Sky Starlets now stand with a score of 155 points. Fault Line Derby Devils with 122. Again, a super close game. These teams have been going hard all afternoon. Well, 3 minutes of the afternoon. But they're fighting for every point, every lead jammer status, every advantage on the track. And 4 minutes, again, is not, it's not too little time to close a 33-point gap.
It's true. And with that, thank you, Roller Girl, for sponsoring Capital City Chaos's tournament MVP prize. You can vote for your tournament MVP using the QR code posted throughout the area. Make sure you vote for an MVP. Please. You could vote for me for the MVP. I could use some Roller Girl supplies.
I'm not even skating. I don't think you can vote for me. But if you did, I would appreciate you.
I think you could vote for anybody.
Speaking of MVPs, we will have Jammer and Blocker MVPs announced by Regrettal at the end of this game, so stick around to find out who those are awarded to. Everybody's deserving of some accolades at the end of a game like this, but we will have some top skaters acknowledged.
On the line, looks like we have Maddie Massacre and Crawdaddy.
That is some fast jammer movement in the pack right now.
Games like this, I feel like penalties can really make it or break it in regards to the score.
You really have to work hard for every point, and in doing so, you do often risk a lot more when you're a jammer. So small cuts, forearms, those sorts of things are definitely likelier. Unfortunately for Fault Line, that does mean they've spent a little bit extra time in the penalty box late in the game, making that chance of closing the score a little lower. Crawdaddy does have lead jammer working hard in the pack to put more points on the board for their team. Really managing contact from the opposing team well, staying on their feet through the pack, rounding for another scoring opportunity.
Maddie Asper doing a beautiful apex jump on that inside line.
They always do something that sort of counters what I said, like, oh yeah, Crawdaddy is doing all of the contact and staying up, but then comes around and is like, I'm not gonna touch anybody this time, I'm gonna jump the apex, I'm gonna make it real clean, I'm gonna leave the track with 12 points. Probably time for 2 to 3 more jams remaining in this game.
Yeah, and I think like coming back to that, I feel like it really shows the versatility that that all skaters have here of like being able to like either, you know, push hard up the center or jump the apex and totally avoid everybody, or like being really quick and agile while also being like super strong. I think
absolutely. If you're predictable, then you're easier to block. So if you have every tool available in your derby toolkit, as I like to call it, then you're just going to surprise the blockers, and they're going to do their best to stop you. But the more you have, obviously, like in any role you might have in your life, you're gonna
never do the same
those
thing.
tools, and you're gonna open opportunities for yourself.
Yeah, never do the same thing for more than 5 seconds.
That's a good rule. I've never heard it put like that. I have, in coaching terms, sometimes found myself just yelling at blockers and jammers, do something different, it's not working. But I feel like you gotta be a little more specific if you're trying to coach your team from the sidelines. Probably one of the most common things I'll say to a jammer is move your feet, because sometimes you just get caught in that grind where there's a tripod who has you held so well. And the tripod is now so committed to that if you really did just move your feet and move laterally, maybe something would change. But we all just get stuck in that moment, and you think, this is what I have to do. I have to push this super difficult tripod. But we're not seeing a lot of that in this game. Like you said, there's a lot of versatility, and the jammers are using all of those skills to make the blockers really have to work hard to stay in front of them and keep them contained.
Yeah, like a lot of fluid movement in this game, which I really appreciate. I feel like it's been a lot of fast back-to-back jams, which has been great to watch.
It really goes to show the skill of the jammers, because if your jammers are out quick, then they're preventing points from being scored, and 4-0 jams, 2-0 jams, and so forth are going to happen a lot more often. A rare moment where Slick Mick is not lead jammer while on the track. Little Evil rounding for a first scoring pass, and that was so quick. An easy 4 points, looking to the bench to decide what to do. Hands raised, and yes, they tap their hips to call it off.
Check out Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. Check them out. You could buy me an Earl Grey donut.
We are down to those final moments. Will it or will it not be the last jam of the game? Maddie Massacre is already pushing hard at the front of the pack. Because of a fallen skater bridging the pack out, we have an out-of-play call, and Maddie Massacre is lead jammer. Pyar Scared is out of the pack, not far behind. Very fast, speed around the track. Toe-stops on the line, and I think Pyar Scared did manage to pick up at least a point at the end of that jam. That's 1 point for Hard, 4 for Fault Line. And yeah, not the last jam, because that one, like many in this game, was called quite short.
I love watching the camaraderie of the different teams high-fiving and laughing together, even after enduring such a hard moment.
You said hard again.
Hey.
It's your team name. I meant nothing by that.
Get your 50-50 tickets now. A draw will be during halftime of the last game. You could leave richer than you arrived.
How is Glitter Bomb still moving this intensely. She's jammed so much this game, but still seems to have just as much energy to give. Every point matters when you're playing for ranking. So the skaters with that in mind are really just gonna give everything they have until the last second and hopefully recover by the next game, the next day, or I think Hart actually plays again this afternoon. Maybe against one of our teams.
Yeah.
Glitter Bomb fighting so hard for that lead jammer status, does exit the pack at about 40 seconds into this jam and is now eligible to score. We've got Sasha DeGrader jamming for Fault Line, sitting in the penalty box at this time. Glitter Bomb separating the blockers from Fault Line out the front of the pack at this time, picking one off after the next, and hops around the hips of the last blocker for 4 points.
Sasha DeGrader back on the track. Getting sucked back by 750, Gin and Tonic.
Gin and Toxic whistled up the track to the penalty box. I believe it was a forearm call. Did manage to run the jammer back before heading to the penalty box, and that is what blockers might say is a penalty that was totally worth it. Holding the jammer off of that pass, preventing scoring opportunities.
That brings our official score to 126 for Fault Line and 178 for Hard.
The officials take a few moments at the end of each game just to confirm accuracy of the score, so that score will turn to the official score once they've done so and made any adjustments required. That final rolling whistle should mean that our game is now over and the score will stand at 126 to 178. Let's go to Rick Gretel in the middle of the track for our game MVPs.
With a delay earlier, we are in a tight schedule now. I am going to invite skaters to join me near the scoreboard for MVP prizes once you've had your quick skate around. All right, joining me near the scoreboard and off the track for MVP prizes, please. I'm going to start with MVP blocker for Fault Line. MVP blocker is 3-6, Slamala Anderson. Here I am by the scoreboard. Here I am.
Is this just the second half or
MVP Jammer. 916, Slick Mick. All right, Dark Sky, your MVPs are MVP blocker 750, Gin and Toxic. You can find me by the scoreboard. 750, Gin and Toxic. Here I am. Here I am. And your MVP jammer, 2-4 Glitter Bomb. Skaters from the game that has just ended, please be off the track while next teams warm up. Thank you.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Because I just realized there's a little. It's not. Okay, anyway. swing by, I'll see if the media guys down there are laughing or not. All right. Good. Yeah, and again, just flag me down if you need a or a. All right.
Welcome back to the Eves of Destruction, Capital City Chaos. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lekwungen-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and ComChem Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services. My name is Regrettal. I'm joined on the announcer dais here by my friend Dutch. Dutch is going to start with a roster read for you.
And like the welcome from Denver Roller Derby, the standbys. Skating for the standbys today, we have 02 Wes Slamderson, 028 Slam Track, number 11 She Be Dangerous, number 111 Royal Tannenbaum, number 14 Green Machine, 1472 Yeety Bird, 165 Beholder, 2806 Brawny Darko, number 315 Hysteria, number 404 Smack Overflow, number 412 Keeper of the Skate, number 55 Misery Lizness, number 631 Mads Kills, number 7 Creature, number 8 Jet Set, and number 847 L on Wheels. And on the bench, California.
And skating for GRVDA Cascades, 06 Otter Mayhem, 111 Bow, 12 Sonic Boom, 19 Rootin' Tootin' Nudson, 203 Willow Whips, 28 Stalker, 302 Easy Break Oven, 404 Identity Crisis, 51 Malice, 57 Big D Barb, 66 Name Redacted, 79 The Traumador, 9 Roller Square, 91 Green Envy, 986 Deviated Septum, and on the bench, Robin Pottinger and Ziggy. Dutch is going to let you know who our skating officials are for this game.
Your head ref for this game is Scary B. Jesus. Inside pack ref, Adam Smasher. Jam ref, Outrageous. Jam ref, McAllister. Outside pack ref, PH Demon. Outside pack ref, Mass, and the third outside pack ref, Ruby Refhauser.
And our officials with no wheels on their feet, Phil Hollywood, Carmen Dragon, Hunky Dorky, Pushy Galora, Callie, Pushy Cat, Babe, Mill Street Bruisery, and Hot Flash. We're about 30 seconds to Derby. Our jam starts with Smack Overflow and Big D Barb as our jammers. Smack Overflow for the standbys at the front of the pack. Push to the inside and run back. Leaves some room for Big D Barb, now in superior position. Smack Overflow finds the inside open and takes it. Big D Barb with helmet cover in hand makes it through for an initial pass. Smack Overflow jumps the apex, calls the jam. The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026.
For this jam, we have Creature up against Sonic Boom. Both jammers struggling to get through the pack. Creature up near the front, Sonic Boom near the back. Sonic Boom with outside, wraps around, comes in behind. No pack, and Creature is your lead jammer. No packs called, Creature was held up, and one of the GVRD players is called for out of play. That is Willow Whips.
Star pass at the end of that play. Star was passed to number 6-6, name redacted. 4 points in that jam for Creature. First points on the board. We're looking at a score of Cascades 0, standbys 4. At the front with lead, it's L on Wheels.
Deviated Septum up at the front of the pack, stuck. Meanwhile, L's working the back of the pack, stopped by a couple of DVRD blockers. L makes it through for her first scoring pass.
Deviated Septum with a penalty heads to the penalty box. Power jam in favor of the standbys. They still have lead. Willow Whips and the Traumador stuck at the back of the pack. L on Wheels gets through at turn 3. 4 points go home with the standbys.
L on Wheels calls it off as they make another scoring pass.
That well-timed call freezes number 986, Deviated Septum, in the penalty box. Cascades will start with a disadvantage. The standbys will have a moment of power jam advantage. They're going to send out Misery Lizness. Misery Lizness was the MVP jammer in the standbys first game this weekend.
Liz makes it all the way to the front of the pack, through the blockers, gets lead jammer.
Deviated Septum out of the penalty box, helmet cover in hand, re-engaged with the pack, passes the helmet cover on to name redacted.
Liz makes a scoring pass and calls it off.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love with Parkway Physio.
For jam number 4, we have Stalker up against Birdie. Birdie breaks, almost trying to break through at the front of the pack, and does. Birdie is your lead jammer for the standbys.
That's 5 in a row for the standbys, dominating the leads in this game.
Birdie swings around the outside of the pack. It's caught up to the inside. It's knocked out, calls it off.
4 points signaled at the end of that jam. End of jam 5. We are at a score of Cascade 0, standbys 28. The Zone at 91.3 are proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction.
Big D Barb for GVRDA up against the standbys, Smack Overflow. And it looks like Barb is your lead jammer. Meanwhile, there's a star pass for Denver. Ronnie Darko takes on the jammer, but the jam gets called off.
With that, the Cascades are on the board with 3 points.
Once again, we have Creature up against Sonic Boom.
That official time out whistle surprised a bunch of our skaters on the track. Our officials have some things to sort out for a moment.
Once again, it's Sonic Boom out for lead jammer. Up. Creature gets denied. Recycled to the back of the pack. Sonic Boom coming in for their first scoring pass. Creature still held up front. Creature is now through. And Sonic Boom up the inside. Scores 4 points and calls it off.
Get amongst the games this Saturday at 2 p.m. Hey, that's today at 2 p.m. at the Roll a Skater Bocce game. Grab your ticket to partake at the Hardcore's craft table or stick around to watch the fun for free.
Jamming for the standbys, it's L on Wheels. For Greater Vancouver Roller Derby, we have Deviated Septum. And L is through and is your lead jammer.
That's a star pass from Deviated Septum to that dumb B. Sorry, the jammer at the end of that was number 6-6. Stalker and Misery Lizness start this jam. Stalker tries to make a run for the inside, slowed down a bit by number 8, but Stalker is through with lead. Jammers are Kroos, Misery Listless about a quarter track away. Stalker flips the hips while tapping them. That puts 2 points on the board for standbys. Those 2 points are for the Cascades. I'm looking at my scoreboard and confusing myself. Our current score is Cascades 9, standbys 32.
Once again, Big D Barb for Greater Vancouver up against the standbys Yeety Bird. And Birdie is through for the lead jammer. Big D Barb gets called for cutting the track, and it's a power jam for the standbys. Birdie's through once again. It's a long pack, slowly gathering together. Birdie's working his way to the front of the Greater Vancouver wall and is through and calls off the jam before Barb is able to leave the penalty box.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or here in our beverage garden tonight. Smack overflow skates along the inside line but gets hit out of bounds. Recycled. Big D Barb now in superior position. Offensive help comes in from number 7-9. Outside line is open. Smack overflow is lead. Big D Barb helmet cover in hand, 1 to beat at the front of the pack. Recycled back, both jammers in the pack. Big D Barb working on an initial pass, decides to pass that off to Easy Break Oven, now jamming for Cascades. Four points on the board at the end of that jam for the standbys. Our score right now, Cascades 9, standbys 44.
Looks like we have the classic matchup again of Creature versus Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom on the outside. Creature gets knocked down on the inside, recycled to the back of the pack. No pack's called, and Sonic Boom is through. Sonic's now your lead jammer. Creature gets knocked out to the outside of the pack. Cycles in the back as Sonic's through. Easy peasy for scoring past 4 points. Pack is unprepared for Boom as she comes through again. Sonic scores another 4 points and calls off the jam.
That's our highest scoring jam for Cascades in this first half. Both teams with low scores on the board in their individual passes. That brings our score to 17 Cascades, standbys 44.
Have L on Wheels versus Greater Vancouver's Deviated Septum. L's up on the front, working the pack on the inside. Septum's up back at the pack. Both defense really working hard to keep the jammers at bay. Nobody is making their initial pass. behind. Easy Break Oven is through. She got the star pass. Easy Break Oven is now the jammer for Greater Vancouver.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this crew.
Jamming for the standbys is Misery Lizness up against Greater Vancouver's Stalker. Liz is through for your lead jammer. Stalker closing in behind. Liz blasts through the pack and gets 4 points? 3. 3 points for Liz. Birdie up again against Big D Barb.
Some offensive movement from Denver at the very beginning of that jam. That helps. Yeedy Bird is out of the pack first. Lead goes to the standbys. Big D Barb hit to the outside. Birdie back in the pack. Front position, moving up on the pivot line. Pivot to beat. Makes it past Green Envy. 4 points standbys. Star pass to Easy Break. Now your jammer for Cascades. Birdie through the pack at the front with the hands on the hips. Adding another 4 to standbys. Current score, Cascades 17, standbys 55. As a team timeout for Cascades.
And we have Smack Overflow skating for the standbys, and jamming for Greater Vancouver is Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom coming up quickly to the pack. Smack Overflow held up at the front. Sonic's through for your lead jammer. Smack not far behind. Sonic up through the pack and calls it off. No points.
A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Green Bean and Paige DeWolf of Creative Miscellany. We all look forward to revisiting tonight's greatest hits through your work.
Have Creature jamming for the standbys up against Deviated Septum. Both jammers mired in the pack. Strong opposition from the front. Creature's through, but gets called for cutting the track.
Deviated septum with helmet cover in hand, hit to the outside. They remove the helmet cover, so lead is no longer available. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. Helmet cover has been passed to easy break. Packs get in formation. Easy looking for some offensive help at the front of the pack as Creature returns at the back. That's 404 Identity Crisis with the hold at the back. They're assisted by Traumador. Easy break through the front of the pack with 4 points. Offensive help comes for Creature by Captain. Easy break with a leap over the apex at turn 3. Creature on a scoring pass. Creature through on the inside line at turn 3. Easy break in the same area, puts a toe on the inside, gets a cut track penalty. Power jam in favor of Creature. Pack is moving back from turn 3 into the straightaway. Checking our numbers at the end of that, looks like that jam came out with 7 points to standbys and 10 to Cascades.
Such a heartbreaking cut. And we have an official timeout.
Standby's enjoying a power start to this jam. They send out L on wheels, number 847 as their jammer. L gets through the pack as they pass turn 2. Lead goes to Standby's. L on wheels already back through, in contact at the front, through with a scoring pass. Easy break out of the penalty box, helmet cover in hand. L on wheels back for another scoring pass. Easy break makes the pass. That's gone to name redacted. Initial was completed by name redacted. L on wheels calls the jam before any points are in play for the other team.
Jamming for Greater Vancouver is Roller Square, who jumps right out and takes lead. Meanwhile, Liz, for the standbys, just does her first initial pass. Roller Square breaks out for 4 points and calls off the jam.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients.
And it's Yeedy Bird versus Stalker. Yeedy Bird up the outside of the track, through in his lead jammer. Meanwhile, Stalker stuck in the pack. Passes the star to Redacted, but Redacted gets Redacted to the penalty box. Redacted still in possession of the star, so technically, as the star is now on, she is now the jammer.
This is a power jam for the standbys. Yeedy Bird, our only jammer on the track. Some passive offense from the standbys. Gets a bit more aggressive. That's number 412 coming in with some good hits. Creeper of Skate. So we've had some movement with the star here. Turns out that number 66 was not the established jammer, but did have that helmet cover in hand. Stalker got a penalty about the same time that 66 returned to the track. So 66 gave the helmet cover to Stalker. Stalker is now sitting as the jammer. This ends up being a bit more than a minute of power jam for Yeedy Bird and the standbys. Yeedy Bird in control of this jam almost the entire 2 minutes so far. Comes in with some defensive hit against Stalker. Stalker out of the penalty box. This time Stalker makes that helmet cover pass, but there's no time left on the clock. An interesting jam comes to an end. Standbys have picked up all the points in that jam, 13 of them.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Redacted went to the penalty box before they were able to put on the star, therefore did not technically become the jammer.
Redacted received a penalty before receiving the star.
Before receiving the star. Okay.
So Redacted was not eligible to be the jammer.
Even though she sat with the star in the penalty box, Stalker was still the jammer, but didn't have the star, so couldn't score points.
You got that right, Dutch. This jam, we've got Sonic Boom and Smack Overflow. Smack Overflow in superior position at the moment for the standbys. Sonic Boom held tight behind standby's captain. That is Overflow with lead for the standbys. Sonic Boom quickly passes that on to Easy Break. Sonic Boom, we have a similar situation here. It looks like a penalty was issued as the helmet cover was passed. The star is not in play for Cascades. Easy can hold it as the pivot, but Easy cannot be the jammer. Defensive play from 91 coming out of the penalty box. Hit Smack Overflow out of bounds. Smack calls it off.
And we have Creature up against Sonic Boom again. It's the classic lineup for this match. No packs called, and Creature gets through. Becomes your lead jammer. Sonic Boom stuck at the back of the pack. gets knocked out, recycled to the back. Creature is through for a scoring pass.
Our penalty box is pretty full. Right now we've only got one blocker, Willow Whips, for Cascades. They're joined by Green Envy. One jammer on the track, so power jam in favor of the standbys. Whips and Envy are joined, so we now have a tripod of blockers for Cascades. Both teams even at the moment. Kilbo Baggins at the front of that. Tripod is solid at turn 1. Creature still has lead, calls the jam. We have had both an official review and a timeout called. We will defer to our head ref to tell us what the official review is about. All right, it looks like the official review was used as a team timeout from Cascades. We have no update from our officials. So on we go to jam number 23. This time we have L on Wheels and Sonic Boom as our jammers. Sonic Boom starting in the penalty box. L on Wheels finds space on the outside, through as lead. We have a helmet cover pass from Sonic Boom to easy break for the Cascades. L on Wheels through with 4 points. Little bit of timing. L on Wheels trying to pass it through those Cascades blockers before easy break can make it to the standbys. Worked on L on Wheels' favor, 4-point standbys. Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local, handmade ice cream bars.
We have Liz for the standbys up against Barb for Greater Vancouver. And Barb is through. But it is Liz who's the lead jammer.
Both packs racing, trying to get in superior position, so their jammer has an advantage over the other. That's keeping the pack moving.
Neither jammer can catch the pack with their scoring pass. This is the fastest pack I have seen.
Barb getting a little too close to the back of that pack for Liz's comfort. That ends our first half. We'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Please visit our vendors. Keep yourself hydrated. It's a long weekend, folks.
area moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. area moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Welcome back. Starting the second half at 107 for the standbys and 31 for Greater Vancouver Roller Derby Association. We have Creature jamming for the standbys, and already your lead jammer. And Big D Barb for Greater Vancouver, who passes the star to Redacted. Redacted now taking on the role as jammer for Greater Vancouver, and the jam is called. There's a 4-0 jam for the standbys.
It's an official timeout that'll slow us down for a moment. We had a star pass in that last jam. I just thought I'd talk a bit about how star passes have gone in this game. Our star passes are sponsored by Driftwood Brewery, Hotel Zed, Empire Donuts, Influence Board Shop, and Cloverdale Paint. More for me about those star passes coming up. First, we're going to get into this second jam with Yeety Bird and Sonic Boom jamming. Boom in a superior position at the moment. Yeety Bird at the back of the pack. Both jammers pushing slow and steady. Pack is full with an empty penalty box. Pack moves past the pivot line. Outside line is open. That's Yeety Bird with a lead for the standbys. Sonic Boom through the pack. Initial pass completed. Helmet cover in hand. Offensive help coming in from 4-1-2. From the ground, Birdie calls the jam.
Looks like we got 3 wiggly points for the standbys.
All right, I was going to talk a little bit about those star passes. So in our first half, star passes were used by the Cascades 8 times. We've had a little bit of a hiccup on the timing of those star passes, so it'll be interesting to see how they move through the second half. Smack overflow for the standbys, but lead goes to Deviated Septum. Trading leads already this second half. Septum into the pack, calls the jam off before Smack Overflow can get back. Points in favor of Cascades.
Once again for the standbys, we have Creature on the jammer line up against Stalker for Greater Vancouver. Both jammers fire up the line side by side. Creature on the outside, Stalker on the inside. Creature makes the way to the front to the Greater Vancouver wall. Both jammers firmly planted behind the opposition's walls. But Stalker is through, and is your lead, Creature right on their tail. Stalker leads the jammers back into the pack. It's a long pack.
Three points, Cascades. Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
And it's Birdie versus Barb on the jammer line. Both jammers just take it slow, working their way methodically. Birdie up at the front, Barb at the back. Pack is getting longer and longer. No pack is called, and Birdie is through.
Star pass for Cascades to Bo.
Smart move by Birdie there. Saw that they had cut the track, and before they cut the penalty, they called off the jam.
Drop in to Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. And guess what? Influence Board Shop is here today. You can replace your knee pads, your helmet, wheels, even get some cool new shoes. L on Wheels through with lead for the standbys. Sonic Boom at the back of the pack at the moment, recycled. L on a scoring pass, held by two-person blocking Traumador and Malice. Sonic Boom at the back of the pack. Pack is spread out from turn 4 to turn 1. L through with points at turn 1. Helmet cover pass attempted by 1-2 to Easy Break. This time, communication was nice and clear. They were able to understand they were not the jammer. They took the penalty as the jammer. This is a power jam in favor of the standbys. Easy Break joins in the penalty box. Pack is moving fast from turn 2 to turn 3. Slipped out on the apex and calling the jam from the ground. That's 12 points in that jam for the standbys.
Creature jam for the standbys, up at the front of the pack, through, and your lead jammer was again Sonic Boom trailing behind. Boom now through the pack as well. Creature up the inside of the pack, gets 4 points and shuts it down.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
And we're back. Sitting at a 100-point spread right now, 138 for the standbys and 38 for Greater Vancouver. On the track, it's Liz as your lead jammer for the standbys. Meanwhile, Stalker at the back. Stalker's working the outside, hot in the heels of Liz. Stalker is through, puts the jammer panty back on. And Liz calls off the jam. Stalker just did her own star pass. That was awesome.
Thank you to the St. John ambulance attendants on site all weekend. Creature versus Big D Barb. Creature in forward position. Barb at the back of the pack. Slow tripod anchored by number 02, Wes. Creature out the front with a cut track penalty. Helmet cover in hand by Big D Barb. That means there will not be a lead for this jam. Jam will go the 2 minutes. Power jam right now for Cascades. They are isolating blocker number 14 Green Machine at the back in order to establish Pat. That forces Denver to have to spread out. Better opportunity for Big D Barb to get through. Barb makes it through at turn 3, carries 4 points. Out from the penalty box and through the pack, that's an initial pass completed to Creature. Big D Barb hopes to call it off, forgetting that they had the helmet cover in their hand earlier, so cannot be lead. Creature comes through with 4 points. Barb's fighting for it at the back, once again anchored by number 02, Wes Lamberson. Easy holding pack, looking to do some offense. Offense comes for both jammers at the same time in opposing directions. There's some space on the outside. Big D Barb through with 4.
Looks like we have
Birdie and Sonic Boom are jammers.
Birdie up against Sonic Boom. Sonic's up at the front of the pack. Birdie's being held back by the Greater Vancouver wall. And Sonic is through, not quite. Sonic did make it through and took lead. Slam track, took a penalty for that hit.
Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism, marketing, and drawing major sporting events to the Greater Victoria area.
Oh! Deviated septum knockdown, whereas Smack takes lead. Deviated septum now through the pack. Meanwhile, Smack coming along the outside for their scoring pass. And Smack calls it, taking, is that all 4 points?
Visit Fated Hearts bookstore in our vendor village right now. Looks like Creature and Stalker are jamming this time. Creature sees an opening on the outside, takes lead for the standbys. Stalker in the pack with 2 to beat. Slam Track with the assist, push to the inside. Stalker gets recycled back. Creature on a scoring pass. Team is in the apex.
Star pass for Greater Vancouver. It is now redacted. Jamming for Greater Vancouver. Sneaks up to the inside but gets stopped by the wall. And Creature calls off the jam. No points.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the game ends tomorrow. Quick lead for Big D Barb, number 5-7 with Cascades. In the pack, helmet cover in hand, that's Birdie. All 4 points gathered at the end of that jam by Big D Barb. That brings Cascades score to 54 against Standby's 156.
The Sonic Boom is through. Your lead jammer for Greater Vancouver. Meanwhile, L stuck up in the Vancouver wall. Sonic comes in through their scoring pass while L breaks free. Boom passes through the pack and calls it off before L can make the scoring pass. Greater Vancouver now creeping ahead, 4 points at a time. The point spread still.
We've been hovering this second half. We've been hovering around 100 point spread, a little over, a little under, but we're staying pretty consistent. Cascades have held the standbys to no points for the last 2 jams.
Creature on the outside stays inside the boundaries of the track. Comes through as your lead jammer for the standbys. Deviated septum hot on their heels. Creature coming through the back, breaks through the wall, calls off the jam.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love with Parkway Physio. Yeedy Bird and Stalker are our jammers. Stalker out first, takes lead for Cascades. Yeedy Bird passes it on to number 315.
No.
That's Hysteria. That's the first star pass for the standbys in this second half. The slow, steady spread decrease for the Cascades as we go 3 jams in a row with the Cascades dominating. That is Big D Barb through the pack with lead.
Barb slams into the wall of the standbys. Recycle to the back of the pack, takes on the outside, swings outside, and is through. Gets 4 points. Barb still your lead jammer, whereas Liz breaks through. Looks like that must have been their initial pass, whereas Barb calls off the jam before Liz can score any points.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road, or grab one of their beverages in our beverage garden today. One of my lovely league mates there holding up a couple of those Driftwood beverages.
Looks like it's Creature up against Sonic Boom once again. Boom recycled to the back of the pack. Creature is through for your lead jam. Sonic with the star pass. Over to Bo. Bo up at the front of the pack. She makes it through. Takes on and rollers the jammer, but Creature calls off the jam.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
We have Birdie jamming for the standbys. Birdie's up at the front of a very long pack. They're bridging really well, maintaining pack formation. No pack is called, and Birdie is through. Birdie is now your lead jammer for the standbys, whereas the star pass to Easy Break Oven. Easy Break Oven is once again your jammer for Greater Vancouver. And Birdie calls off the jam. Valiant effort by Greater Vancouver. And it looks like we have a timeout. Meanwhile, while taking the break, try yourself some of those wonderful Empire donuts. A whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, with quality ingredients. And their chicken is pretty good too. And while in Victoria, why not drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. You can visit them today.
Cascade's official review is seeking a back block on the Denver Jammer. After conferring with the officials, legal contact was observed. No back block call will be issued.
And we have Stalker skating for Greater Vancouver. Gets right through the pack. Takes lead jammer. The smack overflows coming up. But jam gets called off. So we have a new jammer on the line with Redacted, who's had a few star passes. Up against Creature. Creature's been jamming up a storm all night, is through, and once again, your lead jammer. Meanwhile, a star pass to Easy Break Oven. Easy's skating up behind, but Creature's through, calls off the jam once again, and denies those points to Easy Break Oven.
Ellen Wheels and Sonic Boom are jammers. Ellen Wheels in forward position, pushes through at the pivot line. Lead goes to the standbys. Sonic Boom holding on to the helmet cover, hit to the inside. Ellen Wheels comes in for a scoring pass. Sonic Boom held behind a strong tripod. Pack is being held by 315. Offensive help comes in from Willow Whips. Sonic Boom finds that outside line. Helen Wheels approaching the back, already gathered up 4 points, looking for some more. Through on the outside of the straightaway. Jam called. Defensive jamming right at the jam line there. Cascade's jammer pushing to the inside, but then outside was left open. That's Misery Lizness, number 5-5, through with lead for the standbys. Deviated septum hands that over to Easy Break. Easy Break through the pack. Liz calls the jam. 4 points for the standbys. Another couple in the air, that makes 7. Our current score, Cascade 74, standbys 182.
Have Creature up against Stalker. Both jammers stuck in the pack. Neither gets no quarter. Bo's holding the bridge between the two. And Stalker is through for lead jammer. Creature gets recycled to the back of the pack. Stalker's through on the outside. Meanwhile, Creature still not through on their initial pass, gets a penalty, sits it out in the box. Stalker now on a power jam for Greater Vancouver. And now it's Stalker with the penalty. Looks like it's a back block. Creature back out. Now it's a power jam for the standbys. Creature still working on their initial pass. Puts on the star, so now they can collect some points. Pack is moving forward at a rapid rate, but Creature is in it. Redacted tries to stop them. Stalker now joins in the fray. Pack has come to a stop, and the jam has been called. Now, have Barb jamming. Barb jumps the apex, does a knee slide through the pack, and collects 4 points for Greater Vancouver. Multiplayer block on. Barb is working the outside of the track once again, is through. He calls off the jam. And that is it, folks. Unofficially, the score is 184 for the standbys and 93 for Greater Vancouver. And before you go out and paint the town tonight, remember you can paint your home with proudly Canadian Cloverdale Paint. It delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. And at the end of the game on Sunday, laugh it up at Heckler's Bar and Grill, where the after party will continue.
The officials took the remote mic again. All right, skaters, I have your MVP prizes. This time, you're going to get them at the announcer's dais. I see some milling about. I'm wondering if you're going for a photo. There we go. Thank you. Like stats tracking. All right, MVP prizes. Cascades. Your MVP blocker, number 7-9, the Traumador. Up at the announcer dais, up here. I'm waving from the platform. Thank you. Cascades, your MVP jammer, 5-7, Big D Barb. Standbys, your MVP blocker, 4-1-2, keeper of the skate. Standbys, your MVP jammer, 847L on wheels. Game 3 will be at a different time than what I'm looking at on my schedule, 3:30, so you've got about an hour. In this intermission, we will have the Skater Bocce, hosted by the Hardcores. Just push the button towards the top, and when the red light
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in. To roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in. To roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
All right, folks, before we start this game, Eves of Destruction would like to acknowledge and thank the Kosepsum Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tusuk and Pichidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize that this territory is unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lekwungen-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working towards reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are the Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and the Quanquam Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services.
Thank you, Mint. I'm Scott Chick, and welcome to game number 7 of Capital City Chaos. Thank you. I'm for like me, escaping from the brutality of the sun to come into this lovely curling center. Game 7, Saskatoon Roller Derby League, Mindfox versus Faultline Derby Devils. Here is your lineup for Mindfox. Number 0, official mascot. Number 10, Slaying Mantis. 10-10, Hell's Bell. Number 138, QT Sly. 15, No Elbows. 19, Reign of Terror. Number 2, Harmadeo. Number 247, Mishbehaven. 27, Carmen Dragon. Number 30, Rip. 37, Sunny Death Position. 45, Resident Weevil. Number 474, Hell Woods. Number 48, Potato Masher. 517, Freddie Mercury. Number 69, Terrorizer. 747, Hot Rod. 87, Kitty Cream Her, and number 89, Pippi Long Stompings, and they are coached by GoldenEye and Pterodactyl.
And joining us all the way from California, we have the Faultline Derby Devils. We've got number 110, Let's Be Honest. 1313, Naughty Havoc. 141, Goldilocks. 143, Pinball. 15, Ice Rocker. 18, Shabam! 21, Ninja. 214, Cool Whip. 293, Brass Schnuckles. 317, Lucky Harms. 36, Slamla Anderson. 4140, Sasha Degrader. 505, Creamer. 666, Piercer. 8, Hydra. 81, Maddie Massacre. And 916, Slick Mick. And on the bench for the Derby Devils, we have Tara Cole.
And our officials for this game, on the skates, we've got Noah Fallon, Otter Mayhem, Faffin' About, Outrage Jess, Intervener, Adam Smasher, and SNO.
And for our non-skating officials, we have Pushy Galora, Bazooka Langley, Left on Red, V-Rex, Phil Hollywood, Qualamella, Grim Steeper, Skate Bush, and Screw Lucy.
And once again, we left too much time before the game starts. I gotta talk slower in the introductions. But Faultline is ready to go. They're like, we are lined up, we are set. We did not come around here to waste our time. We are here to play some roller derby. All right, the whistle has swooped. Pivot line start. Official mascot set to jam against Ice Rock Her. And away we go. Game 7 underway. Ice Rocker knocked out. Official mascot pushing at the front. Held up by number 36 Slamela Anderson, but gets through lead jammer Mindfox. And Ice Rocker out and through as well as official mascot adds the first points of the game. 4 up for Mindfox. And official mascot calls off the jam.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling in 2026. You can contact us at sponsorship@evesofdestruction.com.
Slaying Mantis with the star for Mindfox. Maddie Massacre set to jam for Fault Line. And Maddie Massacre sneaking up the inside lane, lead jammer Fault Line Derby Devils. The Slaying Mantis clears the pack. Maddie Massacre on the scoring run. Mindfox doing a good job of staying ahead and only give up 3.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Armadillo set to jam against Slick Mick. Slick Mick held at the back. Armadillo hops to the front and gets trapped by a forward tripod multiplayer block being called. And Armadillo out first, lead jammer. That's that multiplayer, I believe, being assessed against Carmen Dragon for Mindfox. Armadillo bounces through the pack, 4 points. That'll give us an 8-3 total score.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people right here in Victoria.
Reign of Terror set to jam against Lesbianist. Reign of Terror forced to the infield and a back block called on Lesbianist. First power jam of the game going to Saskatoon Mindfox. And Saskatoon's no elbows breaking things free. And that lets Reign of Terror hop out as lead jammer. Reign of Terror sneaking between a couple of blockers to grab 4 points. And the power jam coming to an end as Lesbianist out of the penalty box. Reign of Terror adding a second 4-point run. Lesbianist almost clear, but forced to the infield, has to recycle back. And now caught up as Mindfox lose a blocker to the penalty box. No elbows teaming with Kitty Creamer at the front, but finally have to let Lesbianist go. And Reign of Terror, here's the cry from the bench, calls off the jam. Does grab all 4 for a 12-point run. Official timeout called with 25:31 to go in the first period. 20-3 our score. And more tape needed. Do we have a tape sponsor? Have you guys secured a tape sponsor
We
yet?
do, actually. So our tape sponsor is Cloverdale Paint. And they've actually just opened a new store in Souk.
Nice. Official timeout done. Official mascot set to jam. It's very official. Official mascot with the star for Mind Fox, Maddie Massacre, jamming for Fault Line, and Maddie Massacre out first, lead jammer. But official mascot able to keep pace, forces the quick call off and a 0-0 jam, first of the game.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby in Esquimalt on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight in our beer garden.
Slaying Mantis and Slick Mick starting off on the jammer line. Slick Mick almost out of lane and then finds one hopping through the middle of the pack. Outside lane closed down momentarily, but Slick Mick able to get out with lead jammer Slaying Mantis. Also clear and giving chase. As Fault Line had trapped Kitty Creamer at the back of the pack. And only 1 point given up by Mind Fox.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skate officials, they make it possible for us to enjoy the sport that we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
Armadillo with the star for Mind Fox, Ice Rocker wearing the star for Fault Line. Ice Rocker bump towards the outside but stays in and clears with lead jammer. That is 3 straight lead jammer assessments for Fault Line Derby Devils. Armadillo also out of the pack. As number 110, let's be honest, busting things up in the middle of the pack and then turning immediately to defense. Ice Rocker calls off the jam and a 4-1 jam steal by Mind Fox.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients, and they're here tonight. So go check them out for some Empire Donuts.
They are, and I'm going to need to find a cash machine soon. Reign of Terror with the star for Mind Fox. Maddie Massacre jamming for Fault Line. No pack called. Maddie Massacre, the one hand down, one hand is not out. 4th straight lead for Fault Line. As the Mind Fox pack racing ahead. Reign of Terror threading through the Fault Line defense, picks up 3 rather. As Fault Line with 2, that takes us to 27-7. With 22 minutes to go in the game, in the first period.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local handmade ice cream bars.
Jam 9 underway with official mascot and Let's Be Honest jamming for Mind Fox and Fault Line respectively. Official mascot shouldered out by Ice Rocker. As Let's Be Honest fighting at the front. manages to get around and clear the pack for lead jammer. As official mascot clears. Mind Fox again running to the front. And let's be honest, calls off the jam this time, holding Mind Fox scoreless and picking up 2.
And a big thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. If you're in the arena, you can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Slick Mick and Slaying Mantis at the jammer line, the pack meeting them there. Oh, Slick Mick thought it was wide open, but unfortunately Picky Lawn Stoppings right there to say no thank you. However, Slick Mick back out, picks up lead as a forearm penalty sends Kitty Creamher to the penalty box. Slaying Mantis out of the pack as Slick Mick pops through, grabs 4, calls off the jam.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. Also find them in our vendor village here today.
Mind Fox send Armadillo out to the jammer line. Maddie Massacre with the star for Fault Line. Each team 1 blocker shy in the pack. Make that 2 down for Fault Line. And Armadillo challenging those 2 at the front. An illegal procedure called on Hydra. Will send them to the penalty box. And a cut track called on Armadillo. That was a lot of whistles in a very short amount of time. Maddie Massacre trying to find room through the middle. Multiplayer block is called, and Maddie Massacre finally 40 seconds into the jam is out and lead jammer. Maddie Massacre bounces off the back of Kitty Creamher as Fault Line working to keep the pack split. Armadillo now out of the penalty box. Maddie Massacre bumped out of bounds, calls off the jam. A 7-point run for Fault Line takes them to 20. Mind Fox held to 27.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
Reign of Terror jamming for Mind Fox. Ice Rocker back out with the star for Fault Line. Oh, Ice Rocker not lead jammer, but instead with the cut track penalty. So Reign of Terror will take lead jammer into and through the pack for 4 points. Breaks a 3-jam string of no points for Mind Fox. Reign of Terror on the second scoring pass, caught up at the front as the offense comes in to help. Reign of Terror bumped out of bounds. A direction of play penalty sends Sasha to the penalty box. And Reign of Terror finally clears the pack with 4. As the power jam had been finished, but no longer. As Ice Rocker back to the penalty box. Reign of Terror, third pass complete. A 12-0 run. Now Mind Fox 39, Fault Line 20.
And a huge thank you to the folks at St. John Ambulance for being on site all weekend and making sure all of our skaters stay safe.
Team timeout called by Fault Line. So we're down to 16 minutes and 17 seconds left in the half. 39-20 our score. Three on three in the pack, but 1-0 at the jammer line as official mascot with the power start. Ice Rocker sitting in the penalty box. And with the whistle off we go. Official mascot tiptoes the line on the inside to grab lead jammer. Fault Line now back to full strength in the pack. But official mascot able to work through and pick up the first 4 points of the jam. As the power jam comes to a close, and Ice Rocker back out of the box. No pack called. Let's Ice Rocker complete the initial. And jam is called off.
Laugh it up at Heckler's Bar and Grill for the Capital City Chaos after party when the games end on Sunday.
Slaying Mantis and Slick Mick wearing the stars for Mind Fox and Fault Line as Slick Mick pushing towards the front. One skater to beat and is just forced out. And called for the illegal contact penalty. Meanwhile, Slaying Mantis forced down, but no rollback as everyone who knocked her went out of bounds or fell down. Slaying Mantis shouldered out by Sasha DeGrader. Coming in out of the penalty box and right back into action. Multiplayer block will thin the pack out a bit. As Slick Mick out of the penalty box and back through, completes the initial pass. Not lead because of the penalty, however, now eligible for points. Slaying Mantis finds room on the outside edge, grabs lead jammer, but 4 points up for Slick Mick, who hops the apex right as the Slaying Mantis was grabbing lead. Mantis calls off the jam, a 4-0 steal by Fault Line.
Visit Vancouver Island's only romance bookstore, Faded Hearts Bookstore, here today in our vendor village and run by our league mate, Skylord.
Armadillo ready to jam against Maddie Massacre. Armadillo pushing on the inside, able to get through and out with lead jammer. Maddie Massacre also through, not lead jammer, but is clear as Rip heads to the penalty box. Armadillo calls off the jam. And no points for either side.
We'd like to give a huge thank you to the Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 local business members and municipalities. It's dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Victoria that benefit the entire community.
Ice Rocker jamming for Fault Line is your lead jammer official mascot, with the star for Mindfox. Also through quickly, chases Ice Rocker down and forces the quick call off. Yeah.
And I've just had a little fun update from our producer Regretto that that's 2 no-scoring jams in a row.
Everyone's favorite. Followed by a team timeout with 11 minutes, 36 seconds to go in the first period. 43-24 is our score. Slaying Mantis and Slick Mick. Squared off his jammer, Slick Mick, through the middle. Lead jammer Fault Line. And a quick star pass, our first star pass of the game. This one sponsored by Driftwood Brewery. Carmen Dragon, now your jammer of record for Mindfox. However, not able to grab any points, as Slick Mick picks up all 4 and calls off the jam.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Armadillo out to jam for Mindfox. Maddie Massacre jamming for Fault Line. Both teams at full strength in the pack. It's Armadillo left to right and just bumped out, but nobody running back because there's no room to do it. Maddie Massacre held at the back. Armadillo getting some assistance from number 87, Kitty Creamher, and able to sneak out. Grabs the lead jammer, Maddie Massacre, hot on her quads, giving chase. Let's be honest, able to catch Armadillo. But Mindfox do pick up 2 points.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road in Esquimalt, or on-site here tonight in our beverage garden.
Reign of Terror jamming against Slick Mick. As Reign of Terror at the front, contending with all 4 blockers for Fault Line. Slick Mick pushing, spinning. Keeping the feet in bounds as Reign of Terror was bumped into the infield and rolled back. A forearm penalty called, and that will break Slick Mick free. Lead jammer Fault Line as Sunny Death Position heads to the penalty box for Mind Fox. Oh, Slick Mick bumps to the outside, only 3 points, but able to avoid the run back as RAP rolls out of bounds. This time Slick Mick led through the pack. However, a penalty called. Reign of Terror finally completes the initial. Slick Mick on the 3rd scoring pass calls off the jam after being bumped out of bounds.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. Find them on site today with their delicious donuts.
Official mascot jamming against Ice Rocker. Oh, an official mascot called for the forearm penalty. So this will be a power jam for official mascots and Mind Fox. Mind Fox also with a 1 skater advantage in the pack. And that lets official mascot clear to pick up lead jammer. Pinball back out of the penalty box and tossing the hip out. Official mascot clears the pack, taps the hips. 2 points up, and an official review being called by Fault Line.
White requested a cut call be assessed to the jammer. White requested a cut call to the red jammer. Upon review, no cut was observed. The no call stands.
Power start for Mind Fox, slaying Mantis as Ice rock her in the penalty box. A very short power start of approximately 1 second, but still long enough. And Ice Rocker out of the box and clear as lead jammer slaying Mantis in hot pursuit. As my fault line works to close down at the back and are successful in grabbing that 1 point.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. If you're with us in person this weekend, you can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Armadillo out to jam for Mind Fox. Maddie Massacre jamming for Fault Line. Mind Fox leading 50-39 with 5:48 to go in the first period. Maddie Massacre pushing the entire pack forward, getting a bit of an assist from Shabam. And Maddie Massacre almost free, but captured briefly, but is lead jammer despite all of the shenanigans. As Carmen Dragon heads to the penalty box, as there was much destruction of many packs. Maddie Massacre slaloming through a couple and then caught up at the front as Armadillo recycled back. And finally, Maddie is clear with the 4 points, calls off the jam as Armadillo had exited. And we will start off with Slick Mick out to jam for Fault Line. Number 0 official mascot with the star for Mind Fox. Mind Fox, a 2-skater to 3-skater disadvantage in the pack. Official mascot pushing straight ahead, finding room on the outside and able to grab lead jammer. Slick Mick blows up Resident Weevil on the way through, and Resident Weevil gets to report to the penalty box as Carmen Dragon released. Official mascot dropped to the track as Slick Mick dances through, spinning for 4 points. Official mascot held up mid-pack, taps the hips to call off the jam. And able to collect 3.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. You can visit them on site today in our vendor village.
Four-on-3 advantage for Fault Line. Let's be honest. Using the shirt whip to work around the inside edge. Grabs lead jammer for Fault Line. Slaying Mantis working the inside lane as well and is clear. But let's be honest, through with points. Watching things move and calls off the jam. And that will take us to a 2-point game. Mind Fox 53, Fault Line 51.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems.
Two and a half minutes to go in the period. Armadillo jamming against Maddie Massacre. Everyone back on the jammer line to start. Maddie pushing at the front. Some help from Pinball. Armadillo, though, wide open lane on the outside. Lead jammer, Mindfox. Carmen Dragon forces Maddie Massacre outside, or to the infield rather, and rolls back. Second impact, Maddie stays in bounds as Armadillo bouncing left to right, doing a high block called. That'll send Sasha DeGrader to the penalty box. And a Hotel Z star pass from Fault Line Pinball, now your jammer of record. Pinball airborne, but did not land in time to collect the points. Wanted the points, doesn't get the points.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
Reign of Terror jamming against Slick Mick. As we got a minute of period clock left in the half. Reign of Terror dancing the outside, able to sneak just around Slamala Anderson to pick up lead jammer, but Slick Mick right behind. And everybody speeding up. Ooh, Slick Mick with the 1 point steal. Make that two with the pivot in the box. So 61-53.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
And that is halftime. Your halftime score, Mindfox 61, Fault Line 53. You have 10 minutes to get a whole bunch of donuts and other cool stuff at the Vendor Village.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
All right, who's ready for half number 2? All right, like 2 people, that's good. At least the 10 that are on the track are ready. Reign of Terror jamming against Let's Be Honest. Reign of Terror pushing towards the front. Pack splitting apart, now bridging as Brass Schnuckles steps into the bridge position. Reign of Terror dumps to the infield. Now, let's be honest, with 1 to beat, 2 to beat at the front, and is clear as your lead jammer. Reign of Terror clears the pack. Star in hand, pops it back on as Let's Be Honest taps the hips, calls off the jam. And a 4-0 run to start off the second half.
And once again, the Ease of Destruction wish to thank all of our outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them today and tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling in 2026. Contact us at sponsorship@eavesofdestruction.com.
Make that a 3-0. I got the angle on the hand wrong. 6-61 Mind Fox with the lead. Official mascot jamming against Slick Mick. Fish forced out and had to roll well back, but now back engaged with the pack as Slick Mick pushing at the front and also forced out. But official mascot is your official lead jammer for jam number 2 of half number 2 of Mind Fox. versus Fault Line. Slick Mick finally completes the initial pass as official mascot forced to the infield by Sasha DeGrader. And official mascot taps the hips, calls off the jam with 2 points.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewing. Visit their bar and patio nearby here in Esquimalt on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight in our beverage garden.
Slaying Mantis jamming for Mind Fox Maddie Massacre, jamming for Fault Line Derby Devils. Multiplayer block called on number 317, Lucky Harms for Fault Line. And Hydra picking up a forearm penalty brings us down to 2 blockers for Fault Line. Slaying Mantis breaks free as lead jammer Maddie Massacre given chase. Fault Line swinging to the front. Mind Fox with the wash forward. And a 4-3 steal by Fault Line.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or league member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
Armadillo and Let's Be Honest with the Jammer Stars for jam number 4 of the second half of this game. Armadillo forced out of bounds to the outside, but now finding room on the inside edge. Grabs lead jammer 3 in a row now for Mind Fox. Let's Be Honest forced out and rolled back by Carmen Dragon. Armadillo sneaking through for 4. As Let's Be Honest completes the initial pass. And the Mind Fox defense able to split Fault Line up. 4 quick points and an 8-0 jam.
And a big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers. This afternoon, we have Adam Naj Shoots with us.
Official timeout called. Timeout ends as Pinball has reported to the penalty box. That'll put a 1 skater advantage in the pack for Mind Fox, Reign of Terror, and Slick Mick, your jammers. Reign of Terror pushing up front. Slick Mick trapped by the tripod at the back. And Reign of Terror clear as your lead jammer. As Ice Rocker picks up the multiplayer penalty. Slick Mick hops over number 36, Slamela Anderson, to grab 4 points. I'm sorry, that was Reign of Terror with the jump. Slick Mick is now finally clearing the pack. Reign of Terror adds 4 more. And taps the hips just before Slick Mick is able to return to the pack. Second straight 8-0 jam takes us to 82. Mind Fox, Fault Line 60 with 24-20 to go in the game.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. Check them out today here in our vendor village. They are cash only.
And what was your review of the donut you just enjoyed?
The cherry stick was amazing.
All right. I'll add that to the list after I find a cash machine in between games. Maddie Massacre, lead jammer. Or I'm sorry, official mascot, lead jammer. Helps if I look at the one that's blinking. Pro tip. Maddie Massacre held up at the side, official mascot, squeezing through a tiny space on the inside edge to grab 4 points. Official mascot pass, or Ice Rocker, now your jammer of record for Fault Line. Jam is called to a close. A 4-0 affair, now 86-60.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local handmade ice cream bars.
Slaying Mantis jamming against Let's Be Honest. And Slaying Mantis is your lead jammer. Let's Be Honest pushing towards the front, Slaying Mantis back to the pack. As number 89, Pippi Longstompings, clearing things up to let Slaying Mantis to the front, and Mantis is through. Picks up the 4 as Let's Be Honest emerges the pack, completing the initial pass. A 1-0 run on the final scoring pass, 91-60 now our score.
Thank you to Roll Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP here in the arena if you're with us today, using the QR codes throughout the space.
Armadillo set to jam against Slick Mick. 4-on-4 in the pack, 5-on-5 on the track. And Armadillo quickly up the inside to grab lead jammer. As Slick Mick looking, pulling a little neo, but the bean dip from Armadillo on the inside edge, 4 points for Mind Fox. Penalties thinning out the pack. Slick Mick off to the penalty box. So power jam for Armadillo. And 4 points up. Third scoring pass complete, 12 total on the jam. Armadillo again slides through for 4 more, and that is our highest scoring jam of the game so far. But I think Armadillo's looking for more. As the penalty box empties out, Armadillo airborne. Completing the 5th pass. Slick Mick now back to the pack and reclaims the helmet cover. Armadillo's 6th pass complete. And Slick Mick tapped out of bounds. Has to roll back towards the pack. Armadillo now sitting on 28 on the jam. As Armadillo, left, right, now captured at the front as Slick Mick finally finds room to exit the pack, completing the initial pass. Armadillo calls off the jam with a, doing the math, 8th scoring run, 32 points for Mind Fox. That jumps their lead now 123, Fault Line 60, and we are just under 20 minutes to go in the game. That's great.
We wish to give a huge EOD thank you to the Greater Victoria Sports Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 local business members and municipalities. It's dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting and tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community.
We've now shifted from the official timeout to the team timeout. Fault line taking an extra minute.
And I will also use this time to give another huge shout out to our tournament sponsors, Airbnb and Roll Focus. Roll Focus here today helping us record the Capital City Chaos 2026 tournament, so we can all enjoy the big hits and point scoring and all the derby fun later on.
Reign of Terror set to jam against Maddie Massacre in jam number 9 of half number 2 of game number 7 of Capital City Chaos. Maddie forced to the infield once and then again, but no serious run rollback. Reign of Terror looking through. Oh, high block called on Maddie Massacre. So power jam for Reign of Terror. And Reign of Terror almost through, but takes a hip check and forced to the infield. And Reina once again forced out, this time by Slamla Anderson. He passes off to Pinball on the rollback. Reign of Terror forced to the outside, rolled back by Sasha DeGrader. And now captured as Maddie Massacre out of the penalty box and completes the initial pass. Power jam done. Reign of Terror forced to the infield. And finally through, completes the initial, grabs lead jammer, calls off the jam. But an excellent penalty kill by Fault Line and a 4-point steal.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gears. And if you're on site here this weekend, you can come visit their table in the vendor village.
Official mascot and Slick Mick, your jammers for Jam 10. And Slick Mick pushing towards the front, finding room on the inside, and is your lead jammer. Second lead jam of the half for Fault Line. Breaking up a long string. And a 4-0 run.
And once again, a huge thank you from the whole league to our friends at the St. John's Ambulance for being on site this weekend, helping keep our skaters safe.
3-on-3 in the pack. The Slaying Mantis and Maddie Massacre will jam for the Mind Fox on the fault lines. Maddie trying to hop the outside edge, but that lane closed down by Terralizer. As Slaying Mantis contending with a tripod at the back of the field with some excellent close down drill by Fault Line. Mind Fox now with a one skater advantage in the pack, but that ends with the return of Let's Be Honest out of the penalty box. Maddie Massacre now trapped at the back by a tripod as Slaying Mantis towards the front. And a cut track called as Sasha DeGrader with a lengthy run back on the inside. So power jam now for Fault Line Derby Devils and Maddie Massacre. That's Maddie up at the front holding on. Now 110, let's be honest, coming in to try and break things free. Maddie Massacre around the outside edge with the helmet cover in hand. So we will have no lead jammer for this jam. Although the heavy defense leads to only 20 seconds being left in that jam. As Mind Fox sends two to the penalty box just as Slaying Mantis is released. Maddie Massacre grabs the 4 points. And time runs out on the jam. Solid defense from Fault Line with the no pass.
Visit Vancouver Island's only romance bookstore, Fated Hearts Bookstore, run by our very own league member, Skylord. She's here today in the vendor village.
Armadillo jamming for Mind Fox, but Slick Mick is through and lead jammer for Fault Line. Fault Line with a 3-on-2, 4-on-2 advantage in the pack. Oh, illegal procedure called. And that will send Shabam back to the penalty box. 4 points for Slick Mick on the initial scoring pass. Racing up the outside edge. As a multiplayer block will send Slamla Anderson to the penalty box. Armadillo still working on the initial pass and finally able to sneak past, let's be honest, to clear the pack. Slick Mick taps the hips, calls off the jam. Second pass complete, an 8-0 run.
Come laugh it up with the skaters at Heckler's Bar and Grill for the after party. This will be happening on Sunday after the games end.
Official mascot jamming for Mind Fox and lead jammer as well as Ice Rocker, your jammer for Fault Line. Fault Line starting the jam two blockers shy at a bit of a disadvantage. Official mascot gets past pinball, grabs 4 points. And Ice Rocker completes the initial. Official mascot jukes to the outside, but catches just enough of Sasha DeGrader's hips to end up out of bounds. Calls off the jam with 2.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
.12 minutes to go with our game. 129-80, Mind Fox in the lead. Slaying Mantis jamming for Mind Fox. Maddie Massacre with the star. For Fault Line and Maddie Massacre, lead jammer. Fault Line Derby Devils. And a star pass off. The Empire Donuts star pass to Carmen Dragon. But Maddie takes the points and takes him back to the bench, calling off the jam.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
Armadillo jamming against Slick Mick. Both teams full strength in the pack. And both jammers suffering because of it. Armadillo going back and forth, left to right. Slick Mick trying to challenging the same gap repeatedly. Now back in bounds. Multiplayer block, sending Hell Woods rather to the penalty box, but Armadillo broken free as lead jammer. And a quick star pass, the Influence Board Shop star pass this time to number 4140, Sasha DeGrader. Armadillo through for 2. Make that 4. I don't know why I thought 2. And Armadillo's second scoring pass done for there as well. And Sasha DeGrader now with the star on the helmet. Into the pack, Armadillo. Bean dip under pinball. Beautifully timed. Sasha DeGrader able to pick up 4 points, so a 12-4 Mind Fox win in that jam, now 141-88.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. If you're joining us in the arena this weekend, you can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted around the space.
Reign of Terror jamming for Mind Fox, Ice Rocker jamming for Fault Line. Both jammers forced out to the outside. Farther run back for Ice Rocker as Carmen Dragon likes to skate backwards. Ice Rocker one's a beat on the inside. Not lead jammer because of the no impact, no penalty. So lead will go to Reign of Terror. And Reign of Terror will call off the jam before Ice Rocker can get any points.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. Be sure to snag one today while we have them in the arena.
Official mascot and Maddie Massacre jamming in jam number 17 with 8 minutes to go in our game. And official mascot out first, lead jammer. That's 3 straight for Mind Fox. Maddie Massacre forced to the outside. Now back engaged and looking, but official mascot inside lane open. Grabs the points. Incidental collision. Official mascot calls off the jam and no points either side. No points that pass. A 4-0 jam for Mind Fox.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. Check out their newly opened store in Souk.
Official review called by Fault Line.
White requested a low block be assessed to the red jammer. Upon review, the no call stands.
All right, and with that no call standing, also standing, Slaying Mantis and Slick Mick. And we will bump forward with Jam 18, 145 to 88, 7 minutes to go in the game. Slaying Mantis pushing forward. Ice Rocker holding on. And Slick Mick able to sneak around the outside as Sunny Death Position heads to the penalty box. We got a Cloverdale Paint Star Pass for Mindfox. Carmen Dragon, now your jammer of record, and once again denied the ability to get any points.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gears. You can also visit them on site today.
Armadillo jamming against Maddie Massacre. Maddie forced out of bounds to the outside. Armadillo held up behind the fault line pack. Ooh, and a cut track called on Maddie Massacre. And that will give a power jam to Armadillo. Allowed Mindfox to turn to the offensive mode as Armadillo forced out of bounds again. Now back in, one to beat as fault line water falling forward, and Armadillo rolling is lead jammer, just tipped by Sasha DeGrader. But Sasha goes down, and Armadillo free to continue moving as Maddie Massacre out of the box and through the pack quickly. Armadillo dips under one shoulder check, calls off the jam, 3 points up.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local handmade ice cream bars made right here in Victoria.
.420 to go in the game, 148-92. Mindfox in the lead, Reign of Terror with the star. For Saskatoon Mindfox, Slick Mick jamming for Fault Line Derby Devils. And Slick Mick outside a lane, a lead jammer. Reign of Terror slips through, completes the initial pass. Slick Mick bounces past Carmen Dragon, taps the hips, calls off the jam. Did get all four.
Laugh it up with the teams on Sunday at Heckler's Bar and Grill. Join us for the Capital City Chaos after party.
Official mascot jamming for Mindfox, Maddie Massacre for Fault Line. And Maddie Massacre finds room on the outside, a lead jammer. Official mascot bump to the infield. Maddie back engaged and captured by number 89, Pippi Longstompings. Calls off the jam after grabbing all 4 points.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby in Esquimalt on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight in our beverage garden.
2.5 minutes to go in the game, and timeout called by MindFox. Reign of Terror back out to jam for MindFox. Slick Mick with the star for Fault Line. In a very tight and slow pack to start with, but Reign of Terror grabs lead jammer. So we tick down to the 2-minute mark. Slick Mick starting to the outside, now to the middle. Continuing to get captured as MindFox waterfalls to the front. Reign of Terror on a scoring pass picks up 4 points. Slick Mick still working on the initial, able to stay in bounds after a couple of heavy shoulders. Pops the star back on the helmet. But meanwhile, Reign of Terror adds 4 more and calls off the jam. That'll take us to 156-100 as we're ticking down to 1:15 to go.
And once again, a huge thank you to our tournament sponsor, Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to the Greater Victoria area.
Official mascot, jamming for MindFox, Maddie Massacre for Fault Line. We are under 1 minute of period time to go. Fish bump to the outside, had to recycle back. Maddie Massacre just shoving on the sled as a multiplayer sends Carmen Dragon to the penalty box. And while attention was on the outside, official mascot sneaks through on the end to grab lead jammer. Maddie Massacre, 1 to beat and bumped out of bounds by Pippi Long Stompings. As official mascot through with 4 points. Maddie Massacre still on the initial, now trapped at the front. Carmen Dragon out of the penalty box comes to escort official mascot into the pack. Official mascot bumped out to the outside. Checks with the bench. Bench is like, nah, just keep going. Meanwhile, Maddie Massacre has passed the star off. A Driftwood Brewery star pass to Slamela Anderson. Official mascot through with 4 more. 8 total on the jam as we continue to tick on jam time alone. Slamela Anderson fighting, forced out of bounds and rolled back by Pippi Long Stompings. As the backward bridge continues, official mascot. 3rd scoring pass done, 12 on the jam, and that will do it. Mind Fox are your winners. Unofficial final score 168. Fault Line Derby Devils 100. So come on up to the tape for your free sweaty high five momentarily after we let everyone get out of the way. All right, swoopy whistle is blown. That is your final. Mind Fox, your winners. Let's hear it for Saskatoon Roller Derby League's Mind Fox.
All right, fans, give a high five to the skaters. Skaters, you can join me by the scoreboard for your photos and MVPs. We will clear the track for the next team.
And keep your hands out for Fault Line Derby Devils.
All right, you guys all saw me and high-fived me. Let's now get to your photo and MVP. Gather up, gather up. We're going to clear the track. All right, folks, close together. I see our photographer, Adam, ready to take your photo. All right, on to your MVPs. If you guys can see me, I'm to the left of where you just were. MVP blocker for Fault Line, 1-3, Naughty Havoc. One three, Naughty Havoc. I can see you. 1-3, Naughty Havoc. MVP Jammer for Fault Line, 8-1, Maddie Massacre. MVP blocker for Mind Fox, 8-9, Pippi Long Stompings. And MVP Jammer, number 2, Armadillo.
area moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. area moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
the Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsim Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lakavangan-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working towards reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships within our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and Comcam Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services.
Thank you, Dutch. All right, time for game number 8. The home team, our hosts, Eves of Destruction NB, taking on Denver's Standbys. And I am proud to announce the roster for the EOD NB, number 007 Tuffy, 1166, the Wife of Wrath, number 14 Kitty, 21 Charlie Hearst, number 27 Honey Kruller, number 4 Terminate Her, 452 The Frenzy, 501 Panic, 555 Chaos, 604 Trish Trash, 654 Goose, number 7 Chango, 705 Violet Criminal, 73 Tombstone, 78 Jerry Can, 89 Alank the Tank, and number 19 Gravity Assist. And they are supported on the bench by Rolando Furioso and Mint.
And welcoming the Standbys from Denver Roller Derby, 02 Wes Slamderson, 028 Slam Track, number 11 She Be Dangerous, number 111 Royal Tenenbaum, number 14 Green Machine, 1472 Yeety Bird, number 165 Beholder, number 2806 Brawny Darko, number 315 Hersteria, 404 Smack Overflow, number 412 Keeper of the Skate, number 55 Misery Lizness, number 631 Mads Kills, number 7 Creature, number 8 Jet Set, and number 847 L on Wheels. And on the bench tonight for Denver is California.
Our skating officials for this game: Mass McCollister, PH Demon, Esno Carmen Dragon, Bobby Flair, and Noah Fallon.
Our non-skating officials for tonight: Phil Hollywood, Bazooka Langley, Hunky Dory, Pushy Galora, Callie, Pussycat, Babe, Brawl Patrol, and Hot Flash.
I hope someone is tracking if Carmen Dragon is in every game this tournament between the skating for Mindfox and the reffing and the NSOing yesterday. Is there's some tracker? Do we have a Carmen Dragon tracker going?
We'll get one.
All right. I'm being told we'll work something out. It's a 20-second early whistle. I like it. And off we go with Honey Kruller jamming against L on Wheels. Hell on Wheels pushing towards the front. That's Honey Kruller, left to right at the back of the pack.
Terminators bridging the two events of the pack together.
Just
Terminator in the frenzy now, winding it out. Pack now spans both corners, and Hell on Wheels is through.
They'll stretch on that pack as far as possible. Honey Kruller now clear. Direction of play, sending the Wife of Wrath to the penalty box.
Hell on Wheels scores 4 points and calls it off.
Eves of Destruction wish to thank all the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com.
Taking the jammer line now for Eves is Kitty with Liz for the standbys.
Novak called, but then quickly back together.
Liz takes the outside and becomes lead jammer.
And Kitty finally through to complete the initial as Misery Lizness quickly grabs 4 more points. Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Panic and Yeety Bird, and Panic right up the inside. Takes your lead jammer before anyone can say boo. Panic on the outside gets stopped by Beholder. Calls it off before Birdie can take the pack.
The Zone at 91.3, proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people right here in Victoria. Not like those other radio stations, the fake people from somewhere else.
Charlie Hurst for Eves against Smack Overflow for the standbys. Both jams, oh, and Chuck's out. Chuck's out to an early lead. Smack still stuck in the pack. Chuck up on the inside and stays. No, just for safeties, made sure they didn't cut the track. Chuck now around the outside and makes that first scoring pass.
Good work
Smack
by
now hot
Charlie.
on their heels.
Good work by Charlie Hurst, making sure that foot may be out of bounds, maybe not. Follow it out when in doubt. In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road, or just go over and buy a drink ticket and visit them here tonight. Why wait?
On the jammer line now, we have Goose versus Creature. Creature gets knocked out. Sorry, in the back of the pack, whereas Goose takes lead jammer. Creature now through on their initial pass. Meanwhile, Goose out the outside, clears the pack. Jet set for the block, but didn't make it. And the Eves called the jam off.
Takes it to 11-10. Your first hydration break of the game. As Eves of Destruction now in the lead, 24:50 to go in the period.
Pack tightens up and has Honeycruller on the line with Ella on wheels. Elle's pushed up against the front Eves wall. Meanwhile, Honeycruller breaks through, becomes lead jammer for the Eves.
4 straight jam with lead for Envy.
And looks like a 1-point jam.
Indeed, 1 point only. I'd like to thank our amazing crew of dedicated officials. It's one of Eve of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy this sport we love so much. Speak to any official or Eves of Destruction member to find out how you too could be part of this awesome crew.
Kitty on the line with Misery Lizness. Liz working the outside of the pack. Kitty up the middle, down the center. Kitty right through the inside. Lead jammer. Meanwhile, Terminator keeps Liz at bay. Terminator works in the back of the pack, keeping Liz all the way back to the start, all the way back to the jammer line. Meanwhile, Kitty's working up front against the Denver pack. Is through. Not quite. Yes. Yes, did they make it? They made it. Liz still stuck in the pack. Wife of Rat takes him to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Kitty is through for yet another scoring pass. Liz working up at the front of the pack. Still the jammer, taking off the star, but putting it back on now. And it looks like Kitty called off the jam.
3 points on that last pass. Makes it an 11-0 run for Envy. They are now 23, standbys 10 with 22:20 to go in the first period.
On the jammer line, it is Panic up against Birdie. Birdie takes the outside, Panic to the inside. Panic jumps, fancy footwork from Panic to keep it on the track. Now lead jammer. Yeedy in from behind the pack, gets some assistance by the blockers. Gets pushed to the outside, second to the backward, Panic up the inside for their scoring pass. Birdie now bursts out of the front of the pack. Panic once again through the inside, through and through, and calls it off before Birdie can score.
Eight-point run takes Envy to 31. And I'm pretty sure they still have 31 donuts over there at Empire Donuts. It's a whole lot of love. All donuts made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients and available right over by the drink ticket sale. So you get your drink ticket, you get your donut, then you have the beer to wash down the donut. It all makes sense.
Sounds like win-win to me.
Yes.
If you want to mention the jam timer, Zoops. The crowd loves Zoops. Crowd favorite. I don't know why they love it.
And we have Zooks as the jam timer. Give it up for Zooks. Looks like we have Honeycruller up for Envy and Smack Overflow up for Denver. Smack overflow to the inside, gets knocked out, pushed to the back of the pack. Honey to the outside, also gets knocked out, back to the back of the pack. They're both pushing through. It's Chuck jamming. Oh, I've been misinformed. We got Chuck on the jammer line, working the inside, back to the outside, back of the pack. Still working on their initial pass, whereas Smack overflows now working on their first scoring pass.
Smack Overflow breaking a string of 6 straight jams for Envy with the lead. Those 4 points take the standbys to 14. Envy 31 with 20 to go in the first half.
It is Creature versus Goose. Creature gets knocked to the inside, takes out the inside ref. Goose is through. Goose is coming up to the back of the pack. Creature still being stuck behind the eaves wall. Creature now through. Scores 4 points.
Wes Slamderson called on the direction play in that last jam. So Envy will start with a 1 jammer advantage in the pack.
Happy birthday to Violet Criminal there in the blockers.
Birthday present is getting to play Derby.
And we have Hell on Wheels. And this time Honey Cruller. Misery listeners on the line for the standbys, and Kitty's jamming for Envy. Both jammers try separate routes through the pack. Liz on the outside gets taken out by Chaos. Meanwhile, Kitty is through for the lead jammer. Liz is still working, trying on the back of the pack where Kitty comes through for their first scoring pass. Now we have a fast pack, and they hit the brakes again, creating a little space for Kitty to come around on the outside. Kitty just stays in and calls off the jam with another scoring pass.
Standbys with our first star pass of the game, our Driftwood Brewery star pass. Passing the star off to She Be Dangerous.
It's Honey versus Birdie. Honey is through, lead jammer. Birdie hot in the tail. Pack zips around through turns 1. Knocks Kruller out, but Kruller calls off the jam. So 1-0.
Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local handmade ice cream bars. Thanks to Hazel's for sponsoring Heaves of Destruction.
Smack overflow for Denver. Pushing up against the Eaves wall. In behind we have Panic coming around the outside to take lead jammer. Smack's working the inside, gets knocked in the back of the pack. Meanwhile, on the outside, back through the center is Panic. Panic through down the inside and through once more. Smack now. Oh, we have a bona fide star pass. Oh.
Two more on that second pass for Panic. That'll take Envy to 50. Standbys 14 with just under 16 minutes to go in the half.
Oh, Chuck skating for the Eaves. Taking down the inside. Scoring, runs back through, takes lead. Meanwhile, we have Creature now makes their initial pass. Apex jump from Chuck on the inside. Takes the 4 and calls the jam off.
We'd like to thank Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. And if you would like to get in on the fun, you can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
With this jam, we see Goose lined up against L on wheels. L takes a quick jump to the inside, Goose to the outside. Both hit the respective walls. Goose working back and forth through the front, takes the lead. L on wheels still mired in the very back of the pack. L now up the front, stuck in the NV wall. Goose in the meantime can't gain no ground past Denver. That Denver wall is thick. Almost as thick as the Eaves wall up front. Neither jammer can gain any quarter, although there goes Goose round the outside. Takes the 4 points. Meanwhile, still have L on wheels just mired in the pack. Gradually working way in front with some help from her blockers. Now gets through. Meanwhile, Goose calls off the jam after scoring another 4 points.
8-0 run for Envy in their 5th straight jam with lead. Score now 62-14 with 13 and a half minutes to go in the half.
Once again, we have Honey Kruller for Envy up against Misery Lizness for Denver. Misery's working the way to the front. Wife of Wrath putting the full block on, but Liz is through for your lead jammer. Meanwhile, at the back, Honey's just pushing that wall, pushing that wall. Liz is through on the inside. Virtually no opposition. Wife of Wrath now at the star pass, courtesy of Hotel Zen. Wife of Wrath now through her blockers. A very fast pack as Liz calls off the jam.
Four-point stakes standbys to 18. And we'd like to thank Cloverdale Paint. Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. So if you need to paint something, check out Cloverdale Paint.
On the line, we have Kitty versus Smack. Smack's game for Denver. Kitty for Envy is around and takes lead. Not wasting any time. Smack stuck at the back. Kitty through in the front. First scoring pass takes the 4 points. Smack is just mired, not gaining any inch. That eaves wall is thick. Meanwhile, Kitty to the inside. She gets a blow. She gets knocked out, has to come back around the back of the pack. Tries the outside. And is through. And we got a star pass. Star pass for Chibi. But the jam is called off. I believe the pass was incomplete.
11 minutes to go in the half now, 70-18. Envy in the lead. We'd like to thank the St. John ambulance attendants. They're on site all weekend. Can't have roller derby games if you don't have medics.
And on the line is Panic versus Birdie. Panic in behind Birdie. Deacon back and forth and around on the inside. Fancy footwork, not quite what she needed. Is back behind the pack. Meanwhile, Birdie working the outside against the eaves wall. Wife of Wrath holding fort with Kenzie. Panic now through. Once again, his wife up in front. Wow's got, is that with Terminator? And thanks, Birdie passed her own star to herself. Have Charlie Hurst skating for Envy.
Official timeout for some scoreboard adjustment. 4 points on that last jam for Envy. That'll take them to 77 standbys held at 18, and we've got 9.5 to go in the first period.
And Chuck right out front with lead jammer. Hot on their heels is L on Wheels, but L on Wheels back to the back of the pack, and Chuck is through for their scoring pass. Now L on Wheels through for their initial pass. Chuck runs into a Denver wall, skates around the outside, and calls it off before getting the block. And we have Goose up against Liz. Liz right through the center of the pack. Terminator and Django. Terminator hard on Liz. But Liz is through, takes the lead jammer. Meanwhile,
Terminator
Goose.
picking up a forearm penalty on that pass.
the Frenzy now gets the star pass, courtesy of Empire Donuts.
Get your 50-50 raffle tickets now. The drawing will be during the halftime of the next game, the last game of the day. You could leave richer than you arrived if you win. That's the whole point of the 50-50. So find our ticket sailor and purchase your tickets.
Honey Cooler, smack overflow. Honey to the outside. Takes lead. And is in a different zip code while Smack still working the pack. Stuck on the inside. Gets a track cut. And now it's a power jam for Envy. Is it the first power jam for Envy? That's cool. And Denver tries to keep the speed up, but Honey is through. Takes the 4 points. Eve's trying to keep that pack mire down, keep it slow. Honey runs slam into the Denver wall. Eve's blocker step in to help. Give a little assist to the jammer. Honey now up at the front. She be dangerous, holding them back. Honey is through. Takes the 4 points. And it looks like we have a star pass from Denver. No. Out. It's always a little difficult when they pass it to themselves.
15 points on that jam for Envy. Takes them to 99. Standbys 22.
Kitty up on the jammer line against Creature. Creature goes straight off Rose back. Kitty takes a little more time. Kitty now through. Takes lead. Creature hot on their heels. Wow, with the final late block. Doesn't quite get them. Kitty now to the inside. Skates to the inside. Zips around. Jet set for the block. Doesn't quite make it. And Kitty calls off the jam. Scoring those 4 points.
If you're thinking, you know, I enjoy watching the roller derby, but I really wish I was reading right now, you can head over to Faded Hearts Bookstore in our vendor village. You can watch derby and also read. Like in between the jams when nothing's going on right now, you could be reading.
Panic is now right through. Taking the lead, L on wheels, hot on their tail. Panic calls off the jam before L can take any points. It is 2-0.
That bumps us to 104-22 with 4:13 to go in the period.
Charlie Hurst on the jammer line for EOD Envy. And for the standby, we have Misery Lizness. And it's a quick blast off the line for Liz, but blocked by the Eves. Frenzy and Violent Criminal stop them where Chuck breaks through and takes lead jammer. Lizness around the outside. Done their initial pass. Chuck now straight into the wall. Held back by Denver, calls off the jam. manages to get 2 points. It's another 2-0 jam.
We'd like to thank the Greater Victoria Sports Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities. They're dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape. Their mission is to seamlessly blend sport hosting with tourism marketing, drawing major sporting events to Greater Victoria that benefit the entire community.
And Goose is through, takes the lead. Meanwhile, Birdie is working the back of the pack, back of the eaves wall. Goose through, gets stopped by the front. No, is through. It's a late attempt by Slammerson. Denver skating a fast pack, but Goose is through, calls off the jam before Birdie can score another point.
Green machine for Denver standbys, picking up a penalty towards the end of the jam. So Denver will start with 3 blockers on the track to Envy's 4.
And we have a timeout. It is a timeout.
Official time,
Oh, it's
or
an official
official
timeout.
review timeout,
Oh.
rather, sorry.
And it looks like we have the 50-50 draw, folks, coming around. Making their way past the drink ticket booth.
Denver was looking for a back block on the EOD jammer from the initial trip. After review, the contact was legal and the no call will stand.
Honeycruller skating for Envy. Smack overflow for the standbys. Both jammers tried the same way up, but no. Honeycruller around the outside. Takes lead. Smack takes the same line, makes it through. Honey up against the 2-person wall up in the front. Honey calls off the jam. It looks like a 0-point jam.
Hersteria picking up an out-of-play contact penalty right at the end will put 1 sole blocker on the track for Denver standbys to start this jam.
Kitty up against L on wheels. Kitty up the inside, but no, gets pushed out by the sole blocker for Denver, but makes it through on the outside, takes lead. Meanwhile, Elle on Wheels knocked on the inside, has to come around to the back. Kitty dances up the inside, takes their first scoring pass. He comes around for another round. Denver gaining back a blocker or two. But Kitty, not taking any part of it, says, I'm going to take 4 more points. Kitty dances, and just gets nailed by Green Machine. But makes it through, takes another 4. Meanwhile, seems that Elle on Wheels is just mired in the pack. Kitty dancing around the inside, back and forth through some absolutely fantastic, fancy footwork. Skates through the blockers, takes another 4 points. Kitty spending a little bit more. No. To heck with this pack. I'm through again. 4 more points, please. Oh, and finally, one of the Denver blockers takes Kitty down. Kitty's working up the inside, comes around the back of the pack, calls off the jam, says that they had enough of this.
A 20-point run takes us to a halftime score of 135-22. We will take a 10-minute break. Plenty of time to go purchase that book so you have something to read for the second half. Grab a donut, maybe some knee pads from the skate shop, and of course your beers.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
At the back of the pack for the scoring pass. Meantime, Liz stuck in misery in the pack. The star pass is not completed.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the games end on Sunday. So we're just warning you in advance.
Charlie Hurst on the line for NV. Up against Smack Overflow. Smack working around the outside, gets pushed out, comes around to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Chuck's working the inside wall. A mire of Denver. Chuck is through, takes lead. Oh, gets called out. No lead for Chuck. Cutting the track. Off to the penalty box they go.
Only the second power jam of the game, as there was only one in the first half, and the first power jam for the standbys of Denver.
Nope. Looks like we have no lead jammer for this, and the pack is working them all the way back to the start. We start this jam anew pretty much. It's a power jam though for Denver. Smack Overflow takes a bit of a knee on the way through the pack. Chuck is back. Chuck now working through. And we have Goose for the NV up against Yeedy Bird. Both take a slow approach to the back of the pack. Goose tries up the middle. Edie Birder on the outside, and it is Birdie that takes the lead for Denver. Well, Goose sneaks up the inside, makes their initial pass. Birdie's in the meantime working through the eaves wall. Back and forth, back and forth. Goose tries the apex jump, doesn't quite clear the Denver blocker. Has to come around to the back. No, all the way through.
It's an illegal contact penalty for contact while in the air.
That's correct.
So Goose will sit.
Meanwhile, Birdie's having a tough time, struggling to get through the Envy blocker wall up front. Denver's hanging back. Birdie's still stuck in the pack, cannot get through. Trying to stretch the pack up the front, quick no pack being called, Birdie gets through. In the meantime, Goose is back out, knocked down to the inside. Coming in around behind, Birdie meanders the way through, just skates around. Chaos tries a late block to no avail. Birdie takes the 4 points. Birdie once again around the outside. Chaos and Trish Trash try to stop. Chaos is successful. Takes them all the way around, back in behind the pack. Jam hits its time limit. It is over.
Official timeout called, but an 11-3 Jam win for Denver's standbys. That takes standbys to 33. Envy 146 with 25 minutes, 18 seconds to go in the game. In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road, or more importantly, buy a ticket and visit them on site here tonight. Shifting from the official timeout to the team timeout for the Eves of Destruction Envy.
That's Creature skating up against. Panic skating for the Envy. Creature for Denver. Creature works way up the middle, but it's Panic trying the inside, gets knocked out, comes around to the back of the pack. Creature at the outside, clears the wall, takes the lead. Panic now at the inside, through their initial pass. It's a late block for a Frenzy to try to take Creature out, not quite successful. In the meantime, Panic right through, ducked through the blocker wall. I've never seen anything like that. Creature now mired in the pack. Slam Track takes Panic out to the back of the pack. Panic now works their way through, jumps to the inside, takes another 4 points. Meanwhile, Creature said, I've had enough, calls off the jam. Scores a few points of their own.
8-8 jam tie now 154-41 with 24-10 to go in the game.
It's an L on Wheels up against Honey Cruller. Both jammers absolutely ground to a halt by the respective walls of the opposing teams. Trish Trash, no. And on Wheels tries another one. There's a strong Eves wall at the front. Pack stretches out, bridging. Trish is bridging the pack, whereas Violent Criminal is helping both Frenzy and Terminator keep the jammer at bay, but, oh, cutting the track for L on Wheels. Now got an Eves power jam going with Chuck just doing laps. And whistles blown before Chuck can score any points on that pass. Or did they? No.
None more for Chuck, but 3 came in prior to the penalty. So that'll take standbys to 75, Envy 182 with 13.5 to go. And a team timeout called by the Eves.
We got Panic on the jammer line, and we have L on Wheels for Denver starting in the penalty box. So we start with a power jam for Envy. Panic at the outside. Oh no! Does not stay inbounds. Wraps around, comes through the pack again. Now working up against the front wall. Jumps up the inside, clears him. Takes the lead. Panic now working the front wall. L on Wheels hits the Eves wall at the end. Panic around the outside, gets knocked out, comes back through. She be dangerous now. keeper of the skate, all over Panic. Panic from the outside and is through. Meanwhile, there is no getting through for Elle on Wheels. That three wall of Tombstone, Frenzy, just not giving any weight to the Elle on Wheels. Just tries to make that scoring pass, does not make it through. No points.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. Another reminder, you can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena. Delay of game penalty being assessed to Envy as they did not have a jammer on the track as time ran out. At least I think that's what's happening. Or maybe someone called a timeout in time.
And it is Goose versus Liz. The jammers leaning on each other as Liz tries through the front. Goose works around the back. Chuck tries to stop Liz. Liz is through though for the lead jam. And we have a star pass to the Frenzy, courtesy of Hotel Z. Liz is through for their first scoring pass, takes that 4 points. Frenzy up the back, walks in on the outside. Comes up to the inside, back and forth, and is through. Oh, a late block. Spins the Frenzy around, but manages to hold it together and keeps going. Meanwhile, Liz takes another 4 points. Frenzy's knocked into the back of the pack where Liz demurely skates through, takes another 4 points. Thank you very much. Liz around the outside and right into the wall. Big push on the front wall. Eve's not giving them any. Meanwhile, the Frenzy's up the inside, takes those 4 points. Thank you very much, I'll take that. Liz says, I like that, I'll do that too. 4 points for Denver. Frenzy takes down her own blocker in an attempt to get through. Doesn't quite work for them. Liz on the outside, calls off the jam.
Low block penalty called at the very end of the jam on Jerry Can. Don't forget to drop into the Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gears. You can also visit them here right now. Yes.
And it is Honey Cooler taking the lead. Birdie hot in the tail. Honey Cooler comes screaming into the pack, slows down, thoughtfully approaches it. Birdie says, I'll do the same. Honey says, no, I'm gonna call this one off. Panic versus Creature up on the jammer line. Panic back and forth around the back of the pack. Creature up the middle, tries directly into the wall. Chaos and Shango not letting Creature through, but Creature says, no, I'm around, I'm through, I'm gone, and I have lead. Panic in the meantime, back and forth, gets through as well. Creature spins around to the inside, gets knocked out, comes in around back behind Terminator. Meanwhile, Panic tries to the inside. Jet Set says, no, thank you, not gonna happen here. Meanwhile, Creature tries that same inside. Terminator still all over them. Chaos tries knocking him to the inside, but a quick hop and Creature is through. Meanwhile, Panic, back and forth, in and out, around, but no, gets denied. A slam from Slam Track for Panic. Keeps them to the back of the pack. Beholder taking Panic all the way back behind. Meanwhile, Creature's just saying, oh, another 4 points. Thank you. I'll take that. Yeah, let me take another 4 points here. Not before Terminator has something to say about it.
$12 points for Creature, takes the standbys to 107. Now a 100-point gap. Envy with 207, 6:30 to go in our game. Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. Thank you, Cloverdale Paint.
And Chuck tries around the inside, gets knocked to the inside of the track, has to go to the back of the pack, and it is lead for 404 Smack Overflow. Chuck just being knocked around. Not much luck for Chuck in the pack. And here comes Smack. A Terminator back on track. Chuck is through, but not lead.
Official timeout called by the officials. Officially another reminder to get your 50-50 raffle tickets, because you've got like 5 minutes of this game and then the break till the next game and then the first half of the next game before the drawing. So you have limited time is what I'm saying.
And it's L on Wheels up against Honey Cruller. L takes the outside. Up against Shango and Violent Criminal, but is through for your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Honey Cruller not getting through that Denver wall at all. Lank, the tank, is helping, but L on Wheels is through for their scoring pass, takes 4 points. L on Wheels is back again, and it is Frenzy who's got the star pass, courtesy of Empire Donuts. Both sets of blockers for both teams, holding both jammers firm. L on Wheels with a little bit more success up at the front, breaks through, takes the 4 points. Meanwhile, Frenzy at the back, working the inside, gets through as well. That is their initial pass. Frenzy almost made that work, but was skated outside, has to come all the way back. Slam track takes them all the way to the back of the pack. Slam track and Beholder, not giving the Frenzy any room to work. L on Wheels in the meantime is stuck behind Tank and a load of other NV blockers. Frenzy is through, takes their 4 points. L on Wheels in the meantime is just mired deep. That is not an NV wall, it is an NV pit. No getting out of that one. Frenzy in the meantime just decides to work on the back of the pack a little. And we will call this jam over.
$12-8 jam for standbys. They are now at 121, NV 215. 3 minutes to go in our game.
Goose up against Misery, listeners. And off to the box is Goose.
High block called on Goose. And
Goose pushing through the chaos.
Tombstone also picking up the high block. It's the penalty of the jam.
Power jam for Denver. Liz calls their blockers into action. And it's a fast skate around trying to keep Liz at bay. Trish Trash not giving any room. Tank with the hit. Now Tank with the bridge. Liz is through. Got their 4 points. The Goose is back. Once again, both jammers just mired into the dog pile. Liz absolutely mired in the back. Chaos takes them all the way around back at turn 3. Meanwhile, Goose manages to find a way to get past the Denver wall. Doesn't score any points.
Free for Misery Lizness on that second scoring pass. That'll take standbys to 128. NV 215. And we're down to the last minute of play of the next to last game of the day.
And it is Panic up against Edie Bird. Panic quickly tries the inside, but ends up dropping the skate. Now, Jet Set pushing them to the back of the pack. Edie, in the meanwhile, up against the Eve's front wall. Three blockers up the front from the Eves, not giving him any bet. Panic is stuck back around back. Nobody's getting through on this one. Jet Set says no way. Slam track same, but no, Panic makes it through. Panic gets the lead. And Yeeting right on their tail. Somehow manages to get out at the same time. Panic calls this one off. And that is it, folks. Unofficial.
Our unofficial final score, Eves of Destruction, Envy 217, Denver Standbys 128. Come out to the tape to get your free high five. And the swoopy whistle makes it officially final. Your Eves of Destruction Envy victorious tonight. And after they're done wooing, they will take a lap. All right, let's stick your hands out, give a high five to your winners, the Eves of Destruction Envy. And keep your hands out for Denver Roller Derby's Standbys.
Skaters, please join us in front of the scoreboard for a photo and clear the track. MVPs will be awarded from the area in front of the scoreboard. All right. I have your MVP prizes for you. I am to the left of the scoreboard. Standbys. MVP blocker. Number 1-1, Shibi. Standbys MVP jammer, 7 Creature. Here I am. EOD Envy MVP blocker, Chaos. I'm right here, honey. EOD Envy, MVP jammer, Panic.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved. Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
Welcome back to Capital City Chaos, the Eves of Destruction Roller Derby tournament. We are getting ready for game 9 of this tournament. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum Esquimalt Nation and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tsuk and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with the land and stewardship of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and Comchem Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services. My name is Regrettal. I am joined this last game of the day by Scott Chicken. He's going to introduce your first team.
I will. Your first team is the Pride of Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm assuming. I've never been to Flagstaff, but I hear it's lovely. High Altitude Roller Derbies, Dark Sky Starlets. Number 0, The Knockout. Number 1, One Destruction. 11, Needles and Threats. Number 12, Sailor Doom. Number 13, Murphy's Law. 14, Kid Radical. Number 142, Meals on Wheels. 24, Glitter Bomb. 314, Pie Are Scared. Number 32, Mini Fridge. 4 is Papa Wheelie. Number 420, Novocaine. 45, Kate Smush. Number 47, Crawdaddy. 666, Dolly Don't Pardon. 750, Gin Toxic. Number 76, Little Evil. And 802, Mow You Down. And they are supported on the bench by Glamazon, Payne Forest, Sparkles, and Hooligan.
And now your hometown Eves of Destruction encore. 007 Tuffy. 06 Fat Bottom Hurls. 111 Draginda Dirt. 115 Lightning Striker. 12 Bruise Clues. 1701 Ruby Roughhouser. 19 Gravity Assist. 2 Kamikaze K. 23 Green Bean. 3791 Slayer Moon. 40 Wheels of Fortune. 555 Chaos. 61 Veronica DeVille. 613 Mill Street Bruisery. 7 Shango. 705 Violet Criminal. 78 Jerry Can. 89 Lank the Tank. Bench staff Rolando Furioso and Mint.
Wearing the stripes and the wheels, your skating officials for this game: McCollister, Noah Fallon, Faffin About, Outrage Yes, Pterodactyl, Intervener, Adam Smasher, and Mass.
Officials with no wheels: Pushy Galore, Phil Hollywood, Left on Red, V-Rex, Babe, Koala Mella, Grim Steeper, Skate Bush, and Screw Lucy.
And everybody's out and ready a minute before the game even starts.
So much anticipation.
So much anticipation.
Phil Hollywood sends us off with Pi R squared facing Fat Bottom Hurls. Pi R squared in the front. Late hit by Chaos. Pi R squared is lead.
Nice little hit by Chaos, but a little late. But now Chaos is like, hey, I will. Oh, no, I won't. Will I take the star? Maybe, maybe not. Pi R squared, however, says, I'm through with 4 points. And Pi R squared's second pass complete. As Fat Bottom Hurls finally completes the star pass to Chaos. Our first Driftwood Brewery star pass of the game. And Pi R squared adds a third 4-point run. Calls off the jam. Dark Sky Starlets 12, Encore 0.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at sponsorship@evesofdestruction.com.
Glitter Bomb jamming against Green Bean. And that is Green Bean on the inside. Lead jammer Eves Encore.
Bean finds space on the outside of the apex, goes through for a scoring pass as Glitter Bomb comes through on their initial. Green owns the 4 points in that jam.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love. Crawdaddy next out to jam for the Dark Sky Starlets.
Draginda Dirt in the back there for the Eves.
Pack rolls back to the jammer line to meet the jammers. And Crawdaddy. 2 to beat, now 1 going one-on-one with Veronica DeVille. And clears for lead jammer.
In for scoring pass, Crawdaddy up against Jerry Ken and Lightning Striker at the back. Outside line clears, Jerry Ken starts to chase that down, but it's Crawdaddy through with points. Draginda Dirt on the outside of the straightaway, star in hand. Reaches around the last blocker, hands that off to Chaos.
That is Chaos's second time accepting the star, this time sponsored by Hotel Z. And 2 more points up. On that jam takes the Dark Sky Starlets to 18, Encore 4.
Parkway Physio. Reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love with Parkway Physio.
Kid Radical jamming against Slayer Moon. And a chaos amidst the pack as everyone's swirling left and right. Kid Radical bumped out for a moment, then runs back to basically the jammer line as Slayer Moon looking to the inside, but nothing doing.
Ruby Roughhouser holding pack. Moves up with some offense. 1 to beat at the front for Mo. Lead goes to the Encore. Kid Radical through with their initial pass as Mo comes up for a scoring pass. Pack is moving fast in the straightaway. Mo with the pivot to beat calls the jam.
Slayer Moon picking up 3. That'll take Encore to 7. And the Dark Sky Starlets will start 1 blocker shy in the pack.
The Zone at 91.3 are proud sponsors of the Eves of Destruction. The Zone is a radio station made for you by real people here in Victoria.
Sailor Doom jamming against Bruise Clues. And Bruise Clues out first, lead jammer, encore.
That's a penalty to Bruise Clues. This is a power jam in favor of the encore.
Well, never mind then. All right. Lead jammer going to Sailor Doom instead in the Battle of the 12s.
Pack speeds up into turn 3. Slayer Doom with a hit at the end. Makes it past Gravy. Collects 4 points.
Discussion over who was getting the high block penalty there.
Gravy and Vile are only blockers on the track at the moment for the Envy. They're working at staying ahead of the pack. Line opens on the outside, and that's through with points for Slayer Doom. Jerry out of the penalty box. We now have 3 blockers. Power jam still in effect. Offensive help comes in from pivot number 750, Gin and Toxic.
Sailor Doom playing the, I'm just going to go through instead of around on that play. Meanwhile, 78 Jerry Can picking up a penalty and heading to the box.
Bruise on their own with 3 at the front, drawn back by 142. Middle of the pack, that's Slayer Doom working on a pass. Hands on hips. Jam comes to an end. 16 points.
No 16 from Sailor Doom. Take Dark Sky Starlets to 34. Encore held at 7. 22:45 to go in the first half, which means only 22 minutes and 45 seconds to buy your 50-50 raffle tickets.
And your last drink tickets. Drink sales end at halftime.
Yes. Plenty of reasons to spend. Pie Are Scared jamming against Fat Bottom Hurls. And the Hurls is through. Lead jammer encore. Pie Are Scared clears the pack. It's Fat Bottom Hurls approaching on the scoring run.
No points up in the air at the end of that jam. We're going to hold steady at a score of 7-34. In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road, or get their beverages at our beverage garden here tonight.
Glitter Bomb jamming against Green Bean. Glitter Bomb for the Scarlets, Green Bean for encore. And Glitter Bomb, Dark Sky Scarlets lead jammer. As the teams continue to trade off lead every other jam.
That's Chaos now, the jammer for encore with that successful star pass.
It's Chaos's 3rd time accepting the star in this period. 3 out of 7 jams. Glitter Bomb with a quick 4 calls off the jam, 38-7 with 20 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the half. Yeah.
Crawdaddy and Draginda Dirt, your jammers. Crawdaddy currently in lead position, looking for some offense from number 0, the knockout. Shan Go with the hit to the outside. Draginda Dirt still at the back of the pack as Crawdaddy steps through with lead.
That is the first time the same team has had lead in back-to-back jams this game. As Draginda Dirt is clear. Crawdaddy bounces off The back of number 2, Kamikaze K, calls off the jam with 2 points.
Kid Radical and Slayer Moon. Mo at the back. Kid Radical hit out by Jerry. Jerry goes down. Striker and Gravy to beat at the front. Striker with the last push. Inside, that's lead for Kid Radical.
And that is 3 straight for High Altitude's Dark Sky Starlets.
Mo at the front with 3 to go. Kid Radical hit into the row by Lightning Striker. Chaos and Jerry at the front to beat. Inside gets cleared. 4 points up for Kid Radical. Meanwhile, drawn to the very back of the pack. Mo looking to make their initial pass.
Kid Radical clears with 4 more. 8 total on the jam.
Looks like we have a star pass. Gravy now holding the star for the encore. Kid Radical once again facing Jerry Can and Chaos at the front. This time Mo joins those blockers. Jammer converted to blocker. Mo joins in the space there beside Striker. Gravy finds the open line. Initial pass for encore. Offensive help again comes in from the knockout, number 0.
And Kid Radical calls off the jam. A 10-point run. That'll take the Dark Sky Starlets to 50. EOD Encore held at 7.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us all to enjoy this sport we love so much.
12 on 12 once again as Sailor Doom jams against Bruise Clues. Sailor Doom with all 4 Eves blockers now. 1 dropping off to Bridge. Ooh, and a high block called on Chango. And a cut track called on Sailor Doom. First power jam of the game going to the Eves, and a star pass as well. Eves passing the star off to 007 Tuffy, and we will have a 2-minute jam.
The knockout number 0 sent in by Dark Sky to wreck the train that the encore had lined up. Tuffy finds space around it. This time the encore move together as Tuffy comes into the pack. Tuffy finds the outside line.
Sailor Doom now out of the penalty box, following the knockout into the pack. Takes a big shoulder from Bruise Clues. Ends up out of bounds, and Tuffy with 3 on the 3rd scoring pass. Pack locking down once again as Sailor Doom forced to recycle back.
Tuffy takes a lap around Bruise Clues, comes into the anchored tripod at the front, hit to the outside.
Oh, and a cut track called on Tuffy as time runs out on the jam.
That jam ends with Tuffy in the penalty box. This will be a power start for Dark Sky. Audience, I have the best news for you. Empire Donuts is selling donuts 2 for $1 now. Buy one, get one.
That's twice as good a deal as it was before.
I think this timeout might be so the track folks can get some donuts.
I think
too.
so. I think they're coming over right now. It was a 13-point run by the Eves Encore. That takes them to 20, so we've got a 30-point game with 14:50 to go in the first period.
Encore bench staff not only coordinate their outfits, they coordinate their dance and the mustache.
Pyre scared with the power start and immediately dropped to the outside. Jerry Canvasall, please go over there.
Vile at the front, Chaos at the front. Lead is at Pyre squared. Jerry to beat at the front.
And Pyre Scared does exit the pack completely. Had gotten past the engagement zone and then got reabsorbed. And this time a little spin and is through for 4 points. As Tuffy
not willing to get away from that nice warm seat in the penalty box. Back they go.
forearm the call on that run. Power Jam resumes for the Dark Sky Starlets, and 4 more on the board for Pyre Scared.
Pack starts to move again at turn 4 towards the jam line. Pyre Squared, still our lead jammer, makes it past Vile. Chaos knocks them down. Gravy's holding space. Jerry Can at the front. Pyre Square calls the jam.
3 points on the second flow, and an official review called for by the Eves of Destruction Encore as we sit 61-20 with 13:23 to go in the half.
Eves of Destruction requested a multiplayer block on the jammer. Upon review, no multiplayer is warranted, so they will not retain.
Thank you to our head ref for that review of the official review. Fat Bottom Hurls and Glitter Bomb out as your jammers for this 12th jam. Fat Bottom Hurls finds space, avoids the hit from the knockout. Lead goes to the Ease of Destruction, but no time to waste. Glitter Bomb close behind. A fast jam just into the pack and calls it 2 points for Encore. Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. I'm sure you remember I just told you about their 2-for-1 sale. We've got Crawdaddy and Green Bean this time. Green Bean on the inside, just beats it. Lead to Encore. Once again, Crawdaddy chasing that down. Pack starts to slow at turn 3, and they pick up the speed. Both jammers racing for points. Bean tries to call that in the pack. 2 points on the board for Dark Sky, 2 points for Encore. Hazel's Ice Cream, a family dream of ice cream. Local, handmade ice cream bars. Kid Radical and Draginda Dirt this time. Draginda Dirt finds space through the middle of the pack. Lead goes to Encore. Kid Radical out of the pack. Both jammers racing for points. Pack speeds up in the straightaway. Draginda Dirt in forward position and having lead calls the jam with 2 points. Official timeout called by Hunky Dorky, and we'll get some track repair on the far side. A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers. My list says Green Bean, but come on, I see them on the track right now. That's just silly. Paige DeWolf of Creative Miscellany, I've seen them today. I've also seen Adam Nye, and I think I see Poison Dart Frog wandering around with the camera as well, so we're sure to have a lot of images for reliving all our greatest hits. Five minutes till the end of the 50-50 purchase. Get your tickets now. Find this lovely volunteer in the beautiful jumpsuit waving the bucket around. You could leave richer than you arrived. Draw will be at halftime. We've got Sailor Doom and Slayer Moon. Wish me luck on this one, folks. I'm just gonna go with Mo for Slayer Moon because that's how I know them. But Slayer Doom, that's gonna confuse me. Not anymore. That's our lead this jam.
Yes, Sailor Doom out first. You knew it had to happen at some point that they would end up on the same jam. Sailor v Slayer, Doom v Moon. And Sailor Doom through first with 4 points.
Lightning Striker up off the ground, immediately does some offense, rejoins with Violet at the back of the pack. That's Mo coming out the front, makes it pass number 420, Novocaine. Initial pass completed for Mo as Slayer Doom continues their scoring. 2 more points at the end of that for the Dark Sky, 69-26. Pyar squared and Bruise Clues as we start the 16th jam of the first half. Pyar squared currently in lead position, makes it past Wheels of Fortune and is our lead jammer for this jam. Bruise Clues passes it on to Tuffy.
Tuffy held but able to sneak past and break free of the pack as Pyar scared grabs the 4 points, calls off the jam.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. That will be awarded at the end of games tomorrow. You can vote using the QR codes throughout the arena.
Glitter Bomb jamming against Fat Bottom Hurls. Glitter Bomb trying the inside. Now to the out, now to the middle, because somewhere has to work. And it turns out the middle was the way through all along. Fat Bottom Hurls chest to chest with Violent Criminal and finally able to escape the pack. And Violent Criminal picking up a penalty on the play. So that'll thin things out for the Dark Sky Starlets. And Glitter Bomb will tap the hips and call off the jam.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
I'm glancing around for my 50-50 sellers. I'm sure we're ready to do the draw any moment. At least within the next 3 minutes.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.
All right, I have your 50-50 results. The winner gets $140. The winning ticket is blue. The last 3 numbers are 7, 7, 8. Woohoo! I'm gonna hand the ticket over to the 50-50 seller. Here you go.
$140 will buy a lot of donuts, but there aren't a lot of donuts left, so you'll get some change to take home.
Oh yeah, that 50-50 is in cash. How many donuts can you get with that much?
That's too much math for my brain. At $3.75 for now 2 donuts. Everybody ready for second half? Because the second half is ready for you. IR Scared, jamming against Fat Bottom Hurls. And Pyar Scared is your lead jammer. And sliding left and right as Hurls gets bumped out of the pack and into the infield. Has to recycle around. Pyar scared, keeps the wheels off the ground. Rotating on the knees inbounds and picks up 4 points. Star pass off to 5:55 Chaos for the encore. And Chaos able to sneak through with 3.
Thank you to the St. John ambulance attendants on site all weekend.
Dark Sky Starlets send out number 24, Glitter Bomb, to jam. And Glitter Bomb is through quickly as lead jammer. Green Bean, number 23, with the star for the Eves of Destruction encore. And Green Bean with the high block will head to the penalty box. And a 4-point first power jam pass for Glitter Bomb. That'll take Dark Sky Starlets to 116, encore 52. Dark Sky Starlets moving forward to sweep, and Glitter Bomb able to thread the pack. Pick up 4 more. Glitter Bomb on the 3rd pass, a forearm penalty called. I believe that was on number 7, Chango. As Glitter Bomb is through for 4 more, 12 total on the jam. Green Bean hipped out of bounds by Kate Smush. And Green Bean adds a 4th pass. 16 total on the jam. Green Bean finally clear. As Glitter Bomb rolls through. 20 total on the jam, and Glitter Bomb calls off the jam before Green Bean can get back to the pack. 20-0 to run by Dark Sky takes them to 132, encore 52 with 26 minutes 50 seconds to go in our game.
Greater Victoria Sport Tourism Commission, fueled by the support of over 50 business members and municipalities, is dedicated to enhancing the region's sporting event landscape.
Crawdaddy lead jammer, Dark Sky Starlets.
Draginda Dirt working up through the outside, tips over off the track, has to get in behind those Dark Sky blockers.
4 on 2 in the pack to start the jam. That's great.
Kay out of the penalty box with some offense.
That's 4 more up for Crawdaddy. As Dragon of Dirt clears the pack to complete the initial pass. And on the 3rd pass, calling off the jam with a grand total of 12 for Crawdaddy.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the games end tomorrow. Kid Radical and Slayer Moon at the start of this jam. Kid Radical quickly to the front. Shango, the last blocker to beat, gets joined by Tuffy. Wheels gets in the way there. Wheels with a direction penalty. Kid Radical through with lead.
Forearm penalty called on Violent Criminal.
Kid Radical through the front of the pack, 4 points. Pack moves through turn 3 as the helmet cover gets passed on to Tuffy, number 007. Initial pass completed for the encore. Both jammers able to score points.
Tuffy able to sneak through with 2. And 3 points up for Kid Radical. Total of 7 for Dark Sky Starlets, 151. EOD Encore 54. As we're just under 24 minutes to go in the game.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love.
Sailor Doom jamming against Bruise Clues. As we see the two numbers 12 squaring off on the jammer line. Sailor Doom forced out by Chaos. Bruise Clues bumped just to the infield. And then delivered to the other side of the track by the knockout. Meanwhile, Sailor Doom trapped on the inside. Bruise Clues able to get past the knockout and pick up lead jammer, first lead of the half for the encore. Bruise Clues grabbing 4 points, accelerating past all of the Dark Sky Starlets, trying to waterfall to the front as Jin and Toxic heads back to the penalty box for high altitude. And then we bring it to a halt in turn 3. Sailor Doom almost clear, caught up, no pack called. And a blocking with the head penalty called on Sailor Doom. And Encore will call off the jam and a quick timeout by the Dark Sky Starlets. As we sit 151 to 58 with 22 minutes even to go in the game.
Green Bean lined up at the jam line on a power start in favor of Encore. Bean is lead while Slayer Moon takes a seat in the penalty box. Bean on a scoring pass, gets some offensive help from Kamikaze K. Passive offense moves to the back. That makes room for Bean to get through with 4 points. Sailor Moon out from the penalty box, engaged at the back. Blockers anchored by Wheels. Ruby Roughhouser on the inside. Tuffy heads to the penalty box. Kay chasing down Slayer Moon. They are through with an initial pass.
As Green Bean forced out of bounds, sees Sailor Doom sliding around the outside, but did drag the toe out of bounds and follows it along. Green Bean out the front with 4, and 4 up for Sailor Doom as well.
In a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road.
Pyar Scared jamming for Dark Sky Starlets. Fat Bottom hurls with the star for Encore. And Pyar Scared is through first lead jammer. Gin and Toxic back to the penalty box. That'll bring us to an even 3-on-3 in the pack. And Pyar Squared will be summarily deposited to the track. Call off the jam. No points.
Thank you to Roller Girl for sponsoring the Capital City Chaos Tournament MVP prize. You can vote for the tournament MVP using the QR codes posted throughout the arena.
Glitter Bomb jamming for the Dark Sky Starlets. Dragging to dirt with the star for Encore. And Glitter Bomb is through, lead jammer. But Dragging to dirt also clear as the pack reorganizes. 4-on-3 advantage for Encore. Glitter Bomb calls off the jam. Quick enough to grab 2 and hold Encore scoreless. Gives us a score of 157-67 with 18.5 minutes to go in the game. Karate jamming against Slayer Moon. Crawdaddy pushing the pack forward, pushing, squirming, fighting to get past Lightning Striker, and does. Meanwhile, Slayer Moon moving towards the front. Crawdaddy slices through the pack to pick up 4 points. Slayer Moon 1 to beat. Shoulder to shoulder with Kate Smush, and able to get out to complete the initial pass. Crawdaddy calls off the jam. And we'll wait for points on the final pass. 3 is the answer.
Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. Kid Radical and Bruise Clues starting off this 10th jam of the second half. Kid Radical in forward position, hit to the inside by Tuffy. Bruise Clues using some lateral movement outside to inside. Bruise Clues with helmet cover in hand is out first.
Back block called on Kid Radical power jam for EOD Encore.
Offensive help comes in from pivot Tuffy. Bruce Clues knocked outside. Tuffy again with the offense. Bruce held by 3. Kid Radical in the back. Ushered to the inside by Kamikaze K. Shango holding it at the front. Ruby Roughhouser joins. At the back, Bruce Clues is held up behind the knockout. Ruby Roughhouser heads to the penalty box as an initial pass is completed for Kid Radical. Bruce Clues hands the helmet cover on to Tuffy, number 007. Tuffy through on the outside. 2 points collected on that pass. Kid Radical through with points. Pack speeds up between the jam and pivot line. Tuffy through with points. Kay with the hit out. Kay knocked out afterwards. Shango with the drawback.
Jam comes to a close and we wait the final points for the Dark Sky Starlets. An official review called by the Dark Sky Starlets. 2 points on that second pass. So we have a 6-6 tie on the scoreboard now. Dark Sky Starlets leading 170-73 with 14:24 to go in the game.
Denver requested a cut call on the white jammer, Eves of Destruction jammer. Multiple officials reported that that jammer did not go out of bounds. So the no call will stand, and Denver does not retain their review for the period.
Pyar Scared jamming for the Dark Sky Starlets. Green Bean with the star for encore. Green Bean bumping outside, now inside. Ruby Roughhouser comes in to break things up, and Green Bean is loose. And your lead jammer. And a blocking with the head penalty called. On Pyar Scared, so Power Jam for Green Bean. Four points up for Green Bean on the first scoring pass. Now moving in on the second. Green Bean, one skater to beat. Meals on Wheels has to let him go. Oops. Meanwhile, Pyar Scared out of the penalty box and back into play. It's Jerry Can teaming up with Lightning Striker at the front. And Jerry Can with the last run, but goes down and out as well. So Pyar Scared able to just take off. Directional play penalty called on Jerry Can, who knew exactly what that call was going to be for. 4 points up for Pyar Scared. As Green Bean sitting on 12 and looking for more. Green Bean bumped out of bounds, calls off the jam. 2 more points, a 14-4 jam for Encore. Takes them to 87. Dark Sky Starlets 174.
Proudly Canadian, Cloverdale Paint delivers high-performance paints, coatings, and color systems. That's Cloverdale Paint. Fat bottom hurls this time for Encore.
And
Hurls.
Sailor Doom with the star for the Starlets.
Hurls takes a seat in the penalty box. Sailor Doom through with lead for Dark Sky. Jerry out from the penalty box. A wonderful little jump there by the knockout to get around Jerry Can. Do some offensive blocking at the front.
Love the blocker jump in the apex to go hit somebody. Always appreciated.
Tuffy with the drawback and reform at the back. That's Fat Bottom Hurls out of the penalty box, taking the outside line. Sailor Doom with Shan Go to beat at the front. Helmet pass to Tuffy. Initial pass completed.
And the jam called. 4 points up. But an official timeout called. Glitter Bomb jamming for the Dark Sky Starlets. Dragging the dirt with the star for Encore and Glitter Bomb, your lead jammer. As dragging the dirt Not a single tap, a double tap, but a triple tap to knock out of bounds and then back up. Glitter bomb dodging around 115 Lightning Striker to pick up 4 points. And the penalty box empties of Eves of Destruction Encore. And Glitter Bomb calls off the jam.
Two more points at the end of that to bring 6 points in the jam to Dark Sky. Your current score, Encore 87, Dark Sky 184.
9.5 minutes to go in the game.
Mo for the Encore. Crawdaddy for Dark Sky. Crawdaddy with K to beat. Through with lead. 3 in a row for Dark Sky. Power Gem for Dark Sky as Mo takes a seat in the penalty box. Tuffy with a hit as they try to clear. Another hit by Ruby. Kay and Tuffy to pass at the front. That's through with 4 points.
Crawdaddy checks in with the bench. Approaches for the second scoring pass. As Slayer Moon released from the penalty box and back into play. And Crawdaddy is through and just decides, what the heck, we'll just keep going. Star pass off to Tuffy. And that will force Crawdaddy to call off the jam.
Laugh it up at the Heckler's Bar and Grill after party when the games end tomorrow.
No points on the third pass. We sit 192-87 with 7.5 minutes to go in the game. Kid Radical jamming against Bruise Clues.
Chaos with a hold on the inside. Anchored by Vile. Offense comes from Novocaine. The back of the pack, we've got Bruise Clues. Solid tripod anchored by 750 Gin and Toxics. Novocaine at the front.
Yeah, Novocaine having no traction against this tripod of Eve's defenders. Now having to step back to bridge and swapping up with Chaos back to front.
Bruise pushing at the back, still anchored by Gin and Toxic. Drawback by Novocaine, not successful. Novocaine goes back up to the front for some offense. Chaos lets that offense move through. Grady holding the pack. Bruise Clues steps to the inside, knocked out by Pivot.
And finally, a minute 20 seconds into the jam, we have a lead jammer, and that is Kid Radical.
Bruise Clues helmet cover in hand, skates up to Chaos, hands it off. Chaos now our jammer for Encore.
Kid Radical takes the points, calls off the jam. And with 5:45 to go in the game, we sit 196 Dark Sky Starlets, Encore 87. Sailor Doom set to jam against Green Bean. Sailor Doom, lane on the outside, rolls through to grab lead jammer. His number 32 mini fridge heads to the penalty box on a forearm call. Lane wide open on the inside for Sailor Doom, who grabs the points and calls off the jam.
Four points at the end of that brings Dark Sky up to an even 200 points. We are deep in the game with just under 5 minutes to go. Neither team letting up, and we are having ourselves an official timeout.
Official timeout over, 4:44 to go in the game. Pyar scared. Jamming against Fat Bottom Hurls, and Hurls pushes through the pack and grabs lead jammer. Pyar scared, tipped into the infield, and then catches up to Fat Bottom Hurls and is summarily knocked out of bounds by Lightning Striker. Fat Bottom Hurls bump to the infield, rolls back by Meals on Wheels. And Pyar scared, also forced out of bounds. Pyar scared, bump to the infield. Fat Bottom Hurls into the in as well. Both jammers roll back behind. As gravity assist. As the back line on the rollback, and finally Pyar scared is clear of the pack. Fat Bottom Hurls 2 to beat, now 1, and does so to collect the 4 points. Pyar scared forced out to the outside. Fat Bottom Hurls tries the jump, does not land it cleanly. Crawling back out of bounds. As Pyar scared held up now at the pivot line. As the pack has completed a full lap of the track. Pyar scared almost, but bumped out, and jam is called. A 6-4 jam win for the Eves of Destruction Encore.
Parkway Physio, reduce pain, improve mobility, and get back to what you love with Parkway Physio.
Two minutes, 13 seconds to go in the game. Glitter Bomb jamming against Dragon of Dirt. Glitter Bomb forced out. And did, in fact, come in slightly ahead of the running back jammer. And Dragon of Dirt is through and is your lead jammer. And on a power jam, 110-point lead for the Dark Sky Starlets. But Dragon of Dirt putting a quick dip in it, picking up 4 points. Whistles blow. Sending 007 Tuffy to the penalty box, and Dragon of Dirt 4 more up the board. Glitter Bomb back out of the penalty box, challenging the link between the players, so they have to let her go. Glitter Bomb now clear on the initial as Dragon to Dirt. Third scoring pass done, 12 on the board. Glitter Bomb checking behind, again hitting the seam perfectly and breaks through with 4. And Dragon to Dirt finally. Here's the cry from the bench. Taps the hips, calls off the jam. A 15-4 run takes the encore over the 100-point mark now, 208-109. Green Bean set to jam against Crawdaddy. Jam starts with 22 seconds on the period clock. And Green Bean is through, lead jammer. Eve's encore, Crawdaddy, juke and lightning striker, left to right. An illegal contact called on Green Bean, so this will be our final jam, and it will be a 2-minute jam to end the day. It's a gift for everyone. Crawdaddy with 4 points on the first scoring pass. Dark Sky Starlets sweeping forward, trying to break Crawdaddy free. Crawdaddy is mostly free and does get past Lightning Striker. And Crawdaddy sliding through on the third. 12 on the board as Green Bean back out of the penalty box and clear of the pack. Putting their first 4 on the board. And a back block called on Crawdaddy, coming into the pack a little bit too hot. So Green Bean now with a power jam and 4 points on the board. Power jam will end right before the jam timer clock runs out. Green Bean spins the inside lane. 4 more, 12 total on the jam. As the pack holding in turn 4, now accelerating forward. Green Bean trying to catch up, and time will run out on the jam. Green Bean adds 2, and I believe we had 2 on the other side as well. Oh, no, 1. So a 14-13 final jam win by the Eves of Destruction Encore. Your unofficial final score, 221 Dark Sky Starlets, Eves Encore 123. And now please come forward for your free high five. All right, put your hands out for your winners. High altitude roller derbies, Dark Sky Starlets. And keep your hands out for the Eves of Destruction Encore.
All right, players, we've got a little bit more time this time, but let's get your photo taken first. Please gather in front of the scoreboard. After your photo, I will read your MVPs. All right, your MVP prizes. For the Dark Sky Starlets, MVP blocker, 0 the Knockout. Dark Sky Starlets, your MVP jammer, 12 Sailor Doom. Eves of Destruction Encore, your MVP blocker, 007 Tuffy. Eves of Destruction Encore, your MVP jammer, 111 Draginda Dirt. We'll see you back on track at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Victoria moves in so many ways. The Pacific pulls us in to roam its hidden alleyways, shift our perspectives, breathe history, taste local flavors, and savor every moment. Let yourself be moved.